Okay, is this thing? Yep. We tried to use your new tech. The computer did not like it. Hello and welcome to Odin's Eye Gaming, where we are playing. A few days ago, Strahd died tonight. So this is that aftermath. I think we're over here in some place called Waterdeep, where there's some heist thing going on. I'm the DM for that campaign, Texas Deviant, and my friends here are...
I'm Astra, Druid, but today I'm an elf.
You got the right hair on, though.
I'm Astra. Can't you tell?
I am Brydox playing Percy and currently doing a sound check. Don't mind me.
And I am Westfield, and I'm playing Rin, and not a man in a giant suit of armor.
As we all are. Anyways, welcome. We will pick off from last time, but shortly a quick recap. What happened last time? Last
time on D&D, we interrogated the people that we had captured in the storm cellar and asked them some questions, and they told us that they were trying to send letters to the Zentarum, and one of them specifically was like, hey, by the way, the bad guy version of the Zentarum has been kind of under new management. What do we call him? Kid Sandals. Manchun has taken over the running of the show, to say. So we were like, well, we should probably go find out some information about him. So we went to the Tiger's Eye finally and paid some money to get some information. And we got a little bit of information about that situation. We found out that Erstal Floxen is dead, and we found out that Erstal Floxen was living with the Growlhounds in a way to facilitate some money laundering scheme to help inflate the Growlhound estate's position and money and power, and they were planning on pushing up higher into working with these criminal organizations such that they could become something more than what they were. And then they had a falling out, probably over the Storm of Galore, and both kind of went for the prize, so to say, because they felt like that would be the one to push them into the upper echelons of importance, and that's when all the fallout that we saw happened. We also got information about the pirate circus led by Zord, and we found out that Zord is actually Jarlaxle, the leader of the Drow faction in Waterdeep, the ones that have been running around with gunpowder in the city, and all the Drow, or most of the Drow, or most of the folk in running the circus are actually Drow in disguise, all mostly male Drow. And he is trying to set up a connection between Waterdeep and the country that he has been working with.
Leviosa.
Luskin.
What?
Luskin.
And because he wants to be the de facto leader of Luskin, which is kind of like a lawless or less lawful city. And so he's doing the whole political subterfuge thing, trying to become an important person in Waterdeep so that he can facilitate some trade deals with Luskin and then use that to become the leader of Luskin. And then on our way out of the Tiger's Eye, we were contacted by a flying snake that said Istrad Horn wants to get some information on the Growlhounds and to meet him at the Algarian statue in the City of the Dead tomorrow at noon.
There's an awful lot of people trying to get us to go to the City of the Dead without anyone asking us to go to the City of the Dead.
Yes. We also know that there's still something hidden away in the Growlhound estate that we haven't been able to uncover yet. I think that's where we left off. I don't remember what else we did, if anything.
You also note that Devil Star Song is not in his usual space of the yawning inn that you have seen him present for every single other time that you've been there.
Bit of a Zentarum-based manhunt going on that either he's off somewhere capitalizing on or off somewhere hiding from.
Yep.
Seems pretty reasonable. Very reasonable. Have a nice day.
All right. So we'll just shift this over and let y'all begin.
Also, we did some slight audio adjustments. I listened in a little bit, but feel free to let us know if you have any trouble hearing or if you're hearing things too loudly.
Yeah.
I think I lowered our suppressor, but increased our compressor, whatever that means.
Suppression compression is probably like one of those old educational like
I cleaned out my computer with compressed air.
commotion motion.
So we were just hitting like the end of the night, right? And we were getting basically. I think our next thing was we were going to go meet that lady.
Yeah.
She said to meet her at high sun.
It's high noon.
I don't know what that means.
When the sun is at its highest point in the sky.
Yeah, but I don't know, like,
Noon.
why
It's
wouldn't
4:20.
she just use...
Because new, it's more like local dialect. It's like, makes it more of a real place if they don't call everything toasters and microwaves, you know?
Just like they're not weeks, they're actually 10 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there's also 10 days in their 10 days.
So are we
not 7
going
days
to
in their
meet-
weeks.
Istrid Horn?
Istrid? I mean, that seems like a pretty good idea. It was a message from some faction of the Zentarum.
I think I'm gonna go get Tuli, and then we're gonna go on our date, and you guys can meet.
Ah, okay.
He was supposed to take me on a date in the City of the Dead.
I think, wasn't he inviting you to a specific festival?
Yeah, is that festival going on right now?
He invited you to the Moonsphere Festival that takes place in the Southern Ward.
Darn it.
You were
During the
maybe
full moon.
meeting the throat singer in the city of
Oh, the
dead.
opera guy.
The opera guy was supposed to be like, you told him some nondescript date in the future, and then you get back to him.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't. You alright?
Yes.
Just need to know, is it louder than you? Yeah, let's do it. Feed the birds, Toppin's bag, get the hell out.
Yep.
We know some information about the state of the City of the Dead as far as access, right? Can you remind me of what we know on that?
Think of it like a very, very elaborate arts district whose theme is to be the cemetery slash mausoleums for the dead of Waterdeep. On its surface is immense amounts of beauty and art that has been taken to exquisitely like just set a tone, but it's more of telling like the grand things that Waterdeep came to existence from. You will find many iconic like victories or troubled past kind of scenes depicted there through grand gestures of statues or motifs and all that kind of stuff. All of the city's dead go there because there are tons of magical wards in effect that help preserve the dead and prevent them from malicious activity. In the not so distant past during the spell plague, that became a very horrible place to be. But since the reparations of the spell plague's undoing has been amended for the most part,
Why was it a terrible place to be?
when magic went afoul, it kind of created rifts everywhere. Like there's a specific place in the trade ward that you are currently not allowed to cast magic on or in because it will most likely blow something up. Spell plague was not a good time for most of magic, so lots of undead rose up and took over the City of the Dead for that time being, and they had to go release the City of the Dead from that imprisonment, if you will. But they've since restored it to its original function, which is a very magically in tune place so that the dead can stay dead and that they aren't disturbed.
If you think of like a situation where we've put all these magical things in place to stop the dead from being turned into undead. And then all of a sudden all magic stops working. Then all those protections that you have in place are gone.
Plus a rift opens to the plane of undead, and it's just like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a bunch of bad stuff that happened. And it was all over the continent. Like, that was just the City of the Dead's version of bad stuff that happened. But it's a very protected place. People value peace in there. It is supposed to be something of sombrance and remembrance. So it's also very like open park. Like there's fountains and statues and stuff like that. There's not a lot of hiding that happens in there unless you like are going into the mausoleums. But there's also guards posted to prevent you from, doing anything untowards, grave robbing and that kind of stuff.
I have that puppy is so mad.
I'll actually talk to you about one of the most impressive attractions. Is called the Warrior's Monument. It's an intricate 60-foot high sculpture that depicts a circle of women and men striking down trolls, orcs, hobgoblins, bugbears, and barbarians, all of which are falling backwards and outwards around the warriors. Above all of them, a flying griffin rider spears a skeletal knight whose breastplate bears the symbol of Merkle, god of the dead. The statue is also a fountain, and the wounds on these combatants gush water. Don't try to imagine it, just go see it. The words of Bolo.
That's actually sick.
I've never thought of that concept before, of like, how do we depict a really epic battle with all the like blood coming out of people's wounds and stuff? Oh, just instead of just blood, it's just water in our fountain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds really kick-ass.
Yeah, you'll quickly realize that it's no drab cemetery. It's a great park of grassy hills, tended flower beds, artfully placed clusters of trees and bushes, beautiful sculptures, astounding architecture, and gravel paths that wind intriguingly through it all. And so to, I guess, finish this context, long ago they did away with the idea that they would bury their dead. They instead entombed them in mausoleums. And so also just kind of easily learned / known. And I think I actually even said it near the very beginning of the campaign. But for centuries, the major mausoleums here have been connected to an extra-dimensional space where the dead are taken, mourned, and interred.
Oh, that's cool.
Yes.
It's like probably the most kick-ass graveyard.
It is like one of those concepts of like, how would people with worlds of magic and extra planes, how would they get around the idea, like how would they protect their citizens from magical ways of thieving and stuff like that? The City of the Dead goes into descriptions of like their level solution for cemetery needs.
Yeah, the greatest city on this side of Faerun has got to have the greatest cemetery too.
But you could just like bury people in the backyard, and then the next day they wake up as zombies, and you can farm them for EXP.
Oh,
Good point. I didn't think of that.
It's like Plants vs. Zombies, but the zombies are the plants.
okay. So, sleep first, and then wake up in the day, get your day started, and head over to...
So, that seems like I feel like yesterday we had a pretty eventful day overall.
City of the Dead is on the east side of the city. Your most connected route to it is probably going over, I guess, to the east side, and then just dipping down. You'll have the smallest little section where you're going through the castle ward or the trade ward, I think. Nope, trade ward is on the south side, so you can basically stay in the north ward through the whole side of it. But you would be going next to the trade ward if you guys had anything that you wanted to shop or get from there for doing the things.
My recent shopping trip kind of hit all the high points.
Yeah, I think so as well. I don't think that I've picked up my
You have not.
crossbow yet. It's not done yet, though, right? It's still going to be a couple days.
It was only 2 days, and I think you guys have already... I think this is the second day.
Okay, if that, I mean, I can swing by and see if that is available for pickup.
Yeah, you guys don't have to be there until high sun, so you got the morning.
Also, I think this campaign is the first campaign where I've slept because it's the RP time to sleep more than I've slept because, hey, we're out of combat spells and stuff and we need to sleep.
Listen, man, you just gotta like have a even in fictional universes. I'm trying to RP having a decent sleeping schedule. Don't interfere.
It's all connected.
Having a power fantasy of sleeping well.
And I will remind you guys that about half a 10-day ago, you guys got a missive from the Emerald Enclave with the contact of Sir Ambrose Everdawn.
That was the necromancer we needed to hunt down?
He needs help, because he's offered to help the city guard to catch the necromancers who's stealing bones from the city of the dead and animating them. He could use your help if not too busy. You guys have been kind of busy, though.
We have been kind of busy.
But
Yeah.
I mean, if the necromancer is still at large, that might be something that our friendly neighborhood
State Farm
green and
is
red
there.
lady.
Jake from State Farm.
Ah, yes, Jake from State Farm.
You got your khakis on?
No.
Did we get like a location of where that guy was, or was it just like he was helping the city guard? Ambrose was chasing a necromancer, but did we get like an idea other than in the city of the dead?
you could probably talk to the city guard is the basic idea that was left
Okay.
to see if he was in contact with him, because he's working with them. He's basically a contractor.
Okay. I mean, we can do that if that's something you're interested in, Astrid.
Yeah. Where's the Enclave? Then, the...
I wouldn't mind beating up a necromancer.
Maybe we can kill two birds with one stone while we're here. We stopped by probably one of the near to the like one of the Western Ward like guard posts to see if we can inquire.
You already
Just
so
real
okay
quick.
so
Is necromancy bad, though?
I think that Astro very specifically doesn't think the necromancy is all that bad.
Yeah, Percy. Is necromancy bad, though?
I mean, it's not necessarily whether or not necromancy is good or bad. It's mostly what you do with it and where you get your materials from.
Do you think necromancy's bad?
So, most people's dead, they're dead family members.
Lord, sorry.
Their eternal and peaceful rest is important to them and their family members. Joe at the farm doesn't like his grandmother being resurrected to attack the citizenry very often. Also,
That's very specific. Did you know Joe?
I haven't known a Joe.
I mean, we had that whole stink with the farmers as soon as we got here, actually.
Ruth, the rooster farmer.
Yep.
I think there's potentially a time and a place for anything, or most things, but necromancy tends to be used for evil.
Oh, I disagree. I was thinking that maybe we could talk to him and see what he's doing it for, rather than just immediately beating up a necromancer, as you say, Red.
Well, at the very least, he's a thief.
I mean,
He's a thief.
you gotta steal sometimes. The ends justify the means.
What means is he justified?
That's what I would like to know.
I find it hard to imagine many circumstances that would justify the disruption of the process of moving on to the afterlife.
And yet, we ourselves have done it by interrogating a dead man.
No, that doesn't interfere with their soul.
How do you know? Have you died yet?
Because that is what is truth.
I don't believe it. Because I've never lived it.
Hopefully you don't have to anytime soon. We can give our necromancer boy a chance if the opportunity presents itself.
I find it so strange that you don't believe in things you haven't experienced, but at the same time are seeking new knowledge and new experience. How do you believe in the things that you search for?
Well, I don't.
Then why search for them?
It's a specific cat.
A cat?
Yeah. A Schrodinger variety. You don't know. You have to treat it as though it is both. This
That seems
necromancer
different
could
than
be
treating it as that
stealing
it
for
doesn't
wonderful
exist.
reasons. He might be in search of the same things that we are, just approaching it with different methods.
I wouldn't think that would justify his actions.
There are plenty of actions that you yourself have taken that have not been fully justified.
They've been justified to me.
I'm sure they're justified to him.
Well, that doesn't really affect me much, does it?
I mean, obviously it does. We're about to see, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So are you going to the House of the Inspired Hands first?
Yes.
Okay.
Inspired Hands, guard outpost, on the way.
Truly.
I think it's more like
On the way.
Inspired Hands. Where's the guard outpost that you want to go to?
One that's close to the City of the Dead.
Oh, so yeah, it'll be like Inspired Hands, guard outpost, city.
Yeah.
But you've got all morning before you're trying to hit your afternoon slot, so. Okay, you go up to the House of the Inspired Hands and you're met with that rather dervish inventor once again. It's like, I've been expecting you.
Ah, yes. Man whose name I definitely wrote down, and not Jarlaxle. That's not it.
I can be Jarlaxle if you want me to be.
Please, no.
So why, if you have got a bad guy name, right, like
Jarlaxle.
right, why name yourself another bad guy name like Zord?
Hold on. Both of those names are cool.
Yeah, just because they're cool doesn't mean they're bad guy. You don't know.
Yeah. And don't talk to me about
You haven't experienced
the moralities of evils and not evils, bad guys and good guys, when you just argued that a necromancer who was stealing from the dead could have been good and justified.
I mean, there might be, yeah.
You gotta steal from the graveyard to feed your family, you know?
No, you might have to steal from the graveyard in order to fund the orphanage. You don't know.
No.
Probably not.
That's worth it.
Nope.
Wait, did you find a name?
I did not find the name. I have Istrid, no. I have our questions that we were gonna try to hunt down a body. That's what we were gonna try to do. I have Faletta and Rel. Is that it?
Rel might be it.
I think so.
Yeah.
Hunt down a body.
You guys were preparing
wanna
to cast Speak with the Dead on.
Oh,
On
because there's
Earth
the
or something.
dead people.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yup.
That's what our plan was.
The husband or
Urstel.
Urstel, most likely.
I
Yeah, I think we had some questions
We had
prepped
some
already
questions
too.
prepped for it,
And then we
yeah.
prepped at the very end of the session last time too. Where could I?
Okay, so yeah, you meet Rel. He's
Yeah.
holding this contraption that
maybe
is.
we meet someone at the City of the Dead who can speak with dead.
Was it a hand crossbow or was it a light crossbow? That he was on it.
Yeah, action bow. 30-20, 1d4 plus 0 damage.
Oh, 3120. So that would have been a hand crossbow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this hand crossbow is like the size of him, and he's just like, it's my greatest yet, at least as far as combat goes. Also my first. There's a few kinks I couldn't work out.
I mean,
You understand, it's a prototype. It's a prototype.
of
okay?
course. I'd be happy to test it for you.
If anything breaks on it, just bring it back. Let me know what happened, and we'll get it sorted.
And any specific kinks that I should know about?
The latching mechanism works most of the time.
Okay.
The one
That's
that where
not
you
that
load the
bad.
bola into and it slings it
It
forward.
doesn't like catch on fire or anything.
No, it just stops working sometimes.
Okay.
You'll hear it like, and then you gotta get it repaired.
That's understandable. I will be happy to test this out.
Perfect, and you gotta come back and let me know how it works. I'm anxious for the results. I shot some of the other inventors. They didn't like it too much. I was told I couldn't do it anymore.
I'll bring you vivid details.
This gnome who's really interested in like woodworking and iron banding and how that really helps like other inventions and stuff to that nature. He was very fascinated by Nim for much the same reasons. First time in the combat realm, so he's super energetic about it.
I mean, it seems like you did a bang-up job, honestly.
There was much banging involved.
You could next time modify it with like something that could fling like jars of alchemist fire and
Oh, no.
vials of poison and stuff, and acid.
Acid. Okay, cool.
And you already paid him, right?
Let me double check here. That is the party fund. This is Percy's money.
So you have minus
75 crossbow.
Yep.
Yeah. I knew that there was a reason that I started writing names beside my transactions at like halfway through last session.
All right, that takes care of that. You guys can make your way over to the city of the dead to the northward. So, northward is pretty consistent in its theme. It does not have like dissonant tones with it, so it's mostly just a nice and, although slightly busy, it is not as busy as the Castboard. So it's a fair trek down to the city of the dead.
Cool. And we stopped by one of the guard outposts that's nearby.
Mm-hmm. And
A nice stroll through the upper city was a good way to spend a morning.
All right, you walk into one of the city watch outposts. There's a few people in breastplate that are kind of lounging around over a game of cards. Nobody seems to be on duty immediately, though.
Is someone here in charge?
Well, the captain's he's out for a second. We're just catching a game real quick before he comes back.
Well, maybe one of you could inform us. We heard tales of someone stealing the bones of the dead. We were sent to investigate. You know anything about that?
Kind of nudge Astra forward to your guild.
I mean, yeah, there's been reports of this. Okay, weird. Yeah, we hired a cleric, Sir Ambrose, I believe, to help us out with that front. Dude's mostly active at night, though, so that's usually when the cleric shows up.
That's pretty reasonable. Has he made any headway so far, or he's still showing up, staking the place out?
He's mentioned reports of skeletons. We've done the perusement. We haven't found any. But you might want to talk with him. If as far as I know, it's still ongoing. I haven't heard much about it.
Where can we talk to him?
Well, he shows up here at night, so not my shift. So, but yeah, it should be pretty identifiable. He has a nice shield with a giant emblazoned.
He shows up here at night. To work? Is he somewhere else during the day?
He's the necromancer.
I don't know. He's just we only get reports of the grave robbing at night. So he shows up at night he's feet on the ground looking for him.
Okay.
You know, if I cover up the word hunting in my journal, it does say Ambrose Necromancer, so.
What does he look like?
Has full plate, and it's extremely clean. And a giant shield with a cross symbol emblazoned on it.
Priestly looking fellow.
Yeah, looks like he's got a large mace that he carries with him.
Alright.
Yeah.
We'll just see him this evening then.
Yep.
We can meet him there.
I imagine there'll be plenty of sights for us to see. We haven't been on this part of town yet.
Well, hope you all have a good time.
You have a good one.
So, what do you guys got? Like 7s? Because I got 8s.
What are you playing?
It's a card game.
3 Dragon Ante or?
No.
What is it?
It's 3 copper ante. Don't make wages to throw gold around like that, so.
Got 3 copper.
Sorry,
Right, Percy?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I've got 3 copper.
That's okay. Not looking for more players right now. Just trying to get a couple hands in before the captain gets back. You know what? Come to think of it, I think I see him coming this way. I gotta get back to work.
Not everyone's as available as the cheese boat fellas.
Ha 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 ha. Good joke. Haha. Okay. Thank you for the information.
Welcome.
Do you know what Chief's Tower is?
Nope.
They're not our crowd.
Sometimes I wonder if we're our crowd.
They're mobile gamers. Okay, we head the rest of the way towards the city of the dead.
Welcome to the city.
City of Compton.
Zombie.
Zombie.
Okay, so you guys finished the short hike over to the City of the Dead, and most of it is recognizable because it's mostly it's gated off by large iron fencing. Essentially, it's about 30 feet high. It's very articulate.
Is it open?
And there are multiple archways that bring in not crowds, but a general throng of people.
Like a park.
Is it open?
Yes, it is open during the daytime.
I go in.
Stake out.
Is it high noon yet?
Yeah,
I look up in the sky. It's pretty high up there, but
I look for a sign postage that says where all the things are in the park.
That does definitely exist. And the thing you guys are looking for
Is the
a Garen statue. There's no L in it.
Garen statue. Spelled very weirdly.
AHGHAIRON. A Garen. Yes.
Yep.
So it is a short hike inwards into the City of the Dead.
Okay.
you're so bad. Put the cards in here upside down.
Oops.
Ugh. It's the most bad juju I've ever had.
It's the upside down reverse moon.
Oh man, do you know how bad that feels? This is gonna be some bad juju we're about to walk into. Just open the box. Jersey right in the eye.
So after about a 5-minute hike, you come across a Garen statue, which shows to be a well-known landmark, as evident by some of the crowd here, in the city's Parkland Cemetery. A tall marble sculpture of a bearded, robed wizard standing atop concentric steps and facing west towards the skyline of Waterdeep, his hands outstretched and a broad smile on his face. At the foot of the statue stands a female dwarf clad in plate armor.
Okay.
Alive or also
Yes.
a statue?
Yeah, at the foot of that statue stands this female dwarf clad in plate armor.
Is there any like noticeable markings on her plate armor?
Like a cross?
No.
Does she have a big shield with a cross on it?
No, she does not.
I imagine this is probably Istrid Horn.
I mean, she's more liable to recognize us than we are to recognize her.
I don't know
We
who
can,
that is.
She looks interesting enough, though.
We can loiter in the area, maybe.
We're like known faces, right? I mean, she sent a letter to us.
if she's trained a flying snake to recognize us, then she can probably recognize us.
I approach the female dwarf, who may or may not be Istrid Horn.
Alright, hold on.
She waves at you. You acknowledge her. It's someone behind you that she was waving at, though.
I commit seppuku.
Yeah, so otherwise amongst here are pedestrians, picnickers, and frolicking children throughout the cemetery grounds. It is clear that Istrid chose a safe and public place for meeting. So yeah, you approach.
A little bit strange, considering the Zentarum are currently hunted people throughout the city, but fair
She
enough.
doesn't really look super Zentarum-y, though. I guess it kind of depends on how hunted they are.
And how
Like,
known
people are
their
doing
faces are in a database.
Yeah.
Okay, so you approach.
Yep.
Or if they're wearing a disguise.
You must be the ones I seek.
And you are?
Istrid?
I see.
You are who?
That's us.
Istrid.
Istrid?
Yes.
What does the word beast mean to you?
This is not relevant to the conversation at hand.
Well, you called us here?
I did.
And for what do you seek?
She seems to be giving you all. Asylum? Asylum's it.
Bless you.
Bless you.
I don't know if we're quite the folk to be providing something like that.
Well, you haven't heard me out yet. So I sent that message to you. You know the attack on the Growlin Villa, right?
Certainly. I think the whole city does.
I agreed. Well, they're starting to snatch up people from the Zentarum. We're reaching out where we can. Davil was taken in for questioning. Sure, it'll be fine. But as it stands, things are a little bit dicey right now. I fear that they're going to come for me next.
Harboring a wanted criminal is a dangerous affair.
First of all, not a wanted criminal. Second of all, not a criminal. Third of all, you are also part of that network.
Well, we're not the ones currently seeking asylum. If you're seeking asylum, there are people after you. Criminal or not, that's not what the city guard will necessarily see, right? That's
Yes,
why
but
you're
I
seeking
can.
asylum.
You directly know that I can implicate you guys very easily, right? They don't just go running around collecting all the peons.
So your bargaining chip for asking us for asylum is threatening to turn us into the city guard.
Your immediate response to meeting me was saying how you couldn't do anything.
No.
No,
My
I
immediate
just said that
response
it.
to meeting you was asking you what the word beast meant to you, in which I was promptly ignored.
Beast has nothing to
If
do with
you
the
should not
situation.
humor me, why should I humor you?
Because I will pay you.
And who says I wouldn't pay you?
I.
That got me. If I dealt with me, I'd be so mad. Oh shit.
My point was not to dismiss your request, but to adequately talk about the risks involved.
I know what property you guys hold. I wouldn't have sought you out if I did not have an idea about what I was getting into.
Well then,
What do you mean, well then?
what is your proposition?
You grant me asylum. You let me stay at the Trollskull Manor for a 10-day.
Oh, that's not a joke.
No, it's not a joke. Just enough for the heat to die over for them to release Davil. I'm sure he'll smooth talk his way out of there, and he will clear the implications, because we clearly were not involved. Some of us weren't.
So far, this isn't much of a bargain.
We've not gotten into the terms and condition yet. You've merely asked what I wanted.
I'm asking you.
What do
for
we
the
get out of
terms
it?
the conditions.
Unless you have something that's worth it.
Yes.
And I mean something small and valuable.
Coin is small and both valuable. I'm offering platinum just for meeting. 10 right now. 40 upon agreement. And another... What did I have written down here? Another 50 upon completion.
I personally don't harbor any ill will towards Davil and his kin.
Certainly,
I
neither
think
do
we-
I.
Be happy to oblige, of course, with the conditions of having to keep a low profile while you're staying with us. We're not necessarily homebodies ourselves, but
Even better. That's fine. I seek to leave the smallest mark possible. I just need a hideout that is not associated to the Zentarum. I'm very good at lying low.
seems pretty beneficial.
Why not just get an in the dock ward?
The Dark Ward don't want to deal with people like us.
Why not?
They have their own motives.
Why not get an inn in the North Ward or the Sea Ward? I assume the same answer. They don't want to deal with people like you. Why?
I'm a Zentarum agent. Most people don't want that association.
So why do you think that we would?
You are literally associated to the Zentarum.
Why do you think that we would stick our neck out and make ourselves a target?
I think it is in both parties' interests to not be visible to the people that would be searching for me. And so as such, I view our goals kind of in alignment. You have a means of doing so. I'm merely requesting access to those means as well. And willing to pay for it.
I think that largely she's in a very similar boat as us. However, we are a little bit more on the on a slightly more secure side, considering our participation in the raid.
I think under normal circumstances, I would be more than willing to assist. It's just that tensions are running a little high right now, and the situation is a little over our own heads, and we have a lot of things that we need to accomplish right now as well. So all I wanted to know was what the terms and conditions of the situation were, such that we could weigh whether that it would be worth taking on the immense risk with the situation. I think if someone were to find that we were harboring a Zentarum agent, whether or not we are Zentarum agents ourselves is irrelevant. That could involve a greater investigation into our own situation, which right now would be very disadvantageous to us, obviously.
I'm not
Which
worried
you,
about
I'm
that
sure you are
besides.
well aware of as we are.
I'll spell it out this way. I know that you guys have a front for your Grelhund visit, but you are also tied to the Zentarum. They're not going to go knocking on every inn, but if they did, they did. However, yours is not necessarily open for business to the public yet, so it doesn't make much sense for you to be harboring people like that. However, on the flip side, it wouldn't be seen as completely different or out of the ordinary if you did already have several paying customers. It just wouldn't be broadcasted.
I think that
And it
our
also-
situation is uniquely off the books compared to many others who...
So my only thing is, how do we know that you're part of the same Zentarum as the Zentarum that we're aligned with?
So, of
Good
course,
point.
I used the same messenger service. That was that.
Whoop-de-doo, we all use USPS. I don't know what to tell you.
Second, I already knew of your contact.
Who?
Third, I mentioned him, Dabble. Third,
Everyone knows that we are friends with Dabble.
do you want to hear my explanation or do you want to keep interrupting?
I want the answer to my original question.
I'm supplying those points to you. You will finish letting me speak.
No.
Okay.
Answer my question first.
I cannot help you. You are clearly after something else. It's a simple question. And it comes with gold, or the downside of if I do manage to get caught, I will be sure that the people I know of, which they're going to be asking me about, are made aware of to the authorities. Dabble said such different things about you people. I don't understand why you're so complicating.
How come we've never met you before?
I'm not the face of our 8 side. Clearly, Dabble is much more suited to that role than I.
I'd like to see if she's lying.
You can make an insight check.
First roll of the dice.
Yeah, we're in a little bit of a bind now because this person's hard threatening us that, like, if she gets caught, she's gonna out us. So we have to do something now. Whether that's like, hey, yeah, sure, come back to our estate, and then we just like kidnap and gag her or something. But like, if we were different characters, I feel like this would be a situation where we would like have to assassinate this character. But
22?
that's not really our characters.
22. What was your?
I rolled a 17 to have a +5 in insight.
What was your question?
Trying to see if she's lying.
She has not lied once since being here. Yeah, and Percy, you can make a history check to see what else you've probably dug up in your
That's 15.
15. You got a little bit. You know that she is connected to Davil and a small handful of other people that are reviving the sense of the Black Network in the city. They were originally called the Doom Raiders, where they were raiding Lich Tombs. Lich Tombs being called Dooms. And so they made their money as adventurers by raiding these Lich Tombs for valuables and fighting strong adversaries. Since then, they've given up the adventuring life. They turned in all of their bounties to reestablish the Black Network and repaint its face in a different lighting.
I feel like I heard about the Doom Raiders at some other point.
You have.
The Mert.
Was Mert one of them?
Mert was not one of them. He definitely would have known of them.
Mm-hmm.
He probably told you that Davil was part of the Doom Raiders.
That's probably what it was. I felt like it was some sort of information that had something to do with Mert.
Okay.
Yeah, I re-up my opinion that, like, this branch of the Zentarum has been basically nothing but good to us as far as we're concerned. I know it's a risk for sure, but it's troubling times currently.
Okay, I believe you.
Okay, thank you.
Let me pull another card. I believe you do not know anything about Beast. How do you feel about Anarchist?
Not a fan.
Oh, here, sorry. It was upside down. Sex trying to establish
The
order.
reversed anarchist. Or anarchist in the reverse.
The weird, unlawful, anti-anarchist.
I don't have a problem with a paying customer. I have a problem with many other things, but not this.
Glad to hear it.
Well,
At the very least. A paying customer is a paying customer. I think that we can feign at least some amount of ignorance in that matter. It's not like Volo or Floon's associates are knocking down our front door because they had a couple drinks.
I mean, I would be more likely to harbor one of them, I think. But, the idea I'm not necessarily opposed to. I feel like we should exercise excessive caution, especially right now. We don't really have a lot of time to deal with this kind of bullshit.
I guess we I tell her to meet us back at the inn probably. Wow, this is rough, because we're probably gonna try to stake out here for a little bit for the necromancer stuff. I mean, we can make a trip back to the inn fairly quickly, or otherwise it would. I expressed that to her that we have some other business that we're planning on attending to here tonight, so we can either.
You know, it's probably about another 8 hours until that.
Yeah, but that basically meaning we can either take her back to the inn now-ish or tomorrow morning-ish.
Wouldn't we want to do it under the cover of night or something like that?
Yeah, I don't think we'd be like walking back hand in hand, but we have to let her in because presumably we like lock up the place when we're gone.
Yeah. I think we'd want to have her show up at the inn at night, if possible.
Okay. So we can make plans to meet her back at the inn tonight.
The less people that would possibly see her enter our estate, the better.
Yeah.
I've probably got most of that covered.
You have
How about-
disguise?
I do have a disguise. I will walk
You
up.
turn into a mouse?
No, I don't. Why I don't shapeshift?
Why not?
It's really convenient.
I'm a
Not everyone
cleric,
can learn
not a
magic.
druid.
What are you?
I'm a cleric, not a druid.
I know, but like, what does that mean?
I can't shapeshift.
There are
Comes
many
with
types of clerics in the world. What kind of cleric are you?
I will meet you. If somebody could be there before nighttime, that would be wonderful. I can get there in several hours after collecting my things from the yawning portal. I will change into a disguise from there. I will not be noticed.
Will do.
And I will maintain that disguise while under your establishment. For your troubles. And she hands you 10 platinum pieces.
What kind of disguise?
Take the 10 pp.
The 10
Harbor Moons? I forget which one's the...
suns.
Suns, yes. The Harbor Moons are the expensive ones.
Harbor moons are 50 dragons. Or 5 suns.
10 pp. Okay. We have that set up. We'll meet her back. Probably our itinerary for the rest of the day would be like go try to see if we can do something with the Urstal corpse thing, and then meet her back at the inn to like let her inside and stuff, and then come back to the City of the Dead at nightfall,
That makes sense to me.
or decently after nightfall.
I like that plan.
How's that sound to you, Astrid? We got places to be, information to get. Hopefully, not arrested to get. Honestly, I don't know about our record in the city at the moment.
Istrid walks off.
All right.
I begin to whisper. CD. A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4. Does she react?
No.
So stage whisper if you
A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4.
She pays it no mind.
Okay, good. I speak in her mind.
Uh-huh.
I don't think she can hear us.
You're speaking to my mind, yeah. I don't think anyone can hear us when we do this.
Something's off about her.
What do you think?
I don't trust her. I don't like her.
Why not?
I don't know. I have a feeling.
I mean, like I said, that faction is in arms and nothing but good to us. We potentially good to keep an eye out, make sure the kids and our lift stays safe. But
Istrid sounds like a ice giant name.
I mean, she's a dwarf. They got very similar sort of like themes, you know.
She might
Got
be
the
an ice
hat with the
giant.
horns and
Yes, I agree.
I don't know.
She feels as though she has a beast aura.
I'm not sure. If something goes wrong, I'm sure we can handle it. For now, we need all the allies we can get.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, what do you guys do?
Go
We
to
need
try and find the corpse.
to talk to a Harper associate, right? To get access, potentially.
The girl that speaks to the dead.
Yes, we
The
need...
girl
well,
that speaks
or
to
we
the
need to
dead was
buy...
part of the guard She worked with the city, or I always forget, it was Watch, or which one's the in the inner city one?
It's the city watch, the city guard.
I believe we had
Guard the
planned on
walls.
acquiring some potions of Speak with Dead.
Yes, we can visit the potion shop guy that we have connections with. We can, it's this, so the person that we met was associated with the City Watch, but she gave us a place where we could contact her.
Sorry.
I don't think she had any connection to the Harpers.
I think she very specifically was like she was like a side agent, right? That got us into
I think she
talk
worked
with the
for
body.
Harpers.
Yeah, she's contracted out through the Harpers
Okay.
to provide her services.
So we go find her at the inn that she stated we'd be able to find her at. Which is...
So we're gonna try to. What are we wanting to do with her? Are we wanting to bring her? Like try to see if she knows or she's talked to the bodies, or she's talked to them.
Or how to find the bodies.
Okay.
Or maybe she can get us into the morgue, you know, to look to see if the bodies are there, or yada yada.
That sounds good.
Let's see, if I were the Growlhounds, and I had the body of Urstel Floxen, what would I do with the body of Urstel Floxen?
Yeah, but the police were all over the place.
True.
There's protocol for dead bodies.
Yeah. I guess it kind of depends on who got to it
Oh yeah, do
first.
Zentarum.
Okay, so we go do that.
Okay. Do you have her contact information?
Her name is Cutie with a Booty.
Nope.
She's
Currently
a
looking for her contact information.
blonde hair, blue eyes. Jessica.
Don't think that I have.
Trixie.
Oh, Ruth at the Skewered Dragon.
There you go.
Close enough.
So your dragon is in the dock ward.
I need to consolidate my lists of names into actual contact lists so that I actually know where people are. Okay, we head towards the Skewered Dragon.
Are you going in your normal garb or
I will probably swap out to our Sea Ward garb, hypothetically.
just as a reminder, you don't have to anymore because you're known enough in the dock ward to be unperturbed down there. But it does harbor better intentions if you attempt to blend in.
I think attempting to blend in is the name of the game.
Yeah.
Is that something, the clothing that you carry on you guys, or do you go back to your inn to take care of that?
I can't imagine that we wouldn't carry our extra set of garbs around with us in our traveling backpacks in situations like this. I don't really keep stuff back at the inn, much of anything.
You probably keep your expensive clothing and stuff like that, but completely within your realm of doing whatever you want with.
And Percy definitely makes a note to like carry, especially in the bag of holding, carry a couple of his outfit.
Yeah, I was like, you've got like 20 outfits.
I got a couple, not like 20, but enough to get me through the day.
Cool. So you make your way to the Skewered Dragon.
Get changed up, head to the Skewered Dragon.
Uh-huh.
All right. So you guys make your way, probably through the trade ward, as it is the most direct line, and then into the dock ward, where you are not too long before you set front of the Skewered Dragon. There seem to be a number of people that are in during the late afternoon. I guess the ones that finish their shifts early and are looking to spend what little coin they have before going back to the docks the next day.
I approach the barkeep.
Okay.
Marquis.
a very angry and portly woman who seems to be missing more than her fair share of teeth.
Toothless is old lady.
And we're looking for Ruth.
Ruth. Name sounds familiar.
Yeah. Like 2 ales. And any information you got on where Ruth's staying.
Ales are pretty expensive here for that kind of terminology. 2 shards.
All right.
Sure, right here. And she reaches under the counter, and you hear some wood clattering as she grabs 2 mugs that have probably seen a dirty rag to wipe them down once or twice in the past year.
Ew.
As she walks over to a tapped keg that seems to be mostly empty, and she's like, rocks it forward and finishes getting the last bit of it out.
Bottom of the barrel's the best stuff.
She
Longer.
She pushes open a swivel door that's next to it. Ruth, you got company. You treat her nice. She's a good lass.
Thank you kindly.
She drops the 2 mugs and then walks over to some of the other customers that are at the counter. Before too much longer, a completely different looking Ruth than the one that you encountered up in the North Ward doing inspector business and blending in of that walks out, hair mostly disheveled and not kept down here. And you can see like a few pieces of the equipment that she was wearing that made up her actual like clerical garb are generally worn about her attire, but most of the rest of it is very blendy.
We need to talk business.
I'm grateful for the opportunity for business. Sure. We can pick a corner if people don't listen in.
I shoo off the dark hooded quest giver out of the corner so that we can take this spot.
Oh, dang it. You sure you don't want this amazing quest?
Well, another day. We're all full up. Sorry.
Oh,
the log. You know.
Yeah. And he walks away on his cane.
We're going to be in need of similar services to last time. We have some questions for some recently deceased.
You guys hang around dead people a lot.
They seem to be the only ones willing to talk to us.
It's because we're forcing them to talk.
2 recently dead, Ursel Floxen and
I think just Ursel in this case.
right, and Mr. Gralhood,
Lord
both recently died at the villa. We are interested in where these bodies may. We're not quite sure how they would be handled, where they would be located, and how we could get in communication with specifically Ursel.
Well, not to say that you've come barking to the wrong door. I can definitely help you with part of those services. But I'm more of the tool and not the orchestrator. So the idea is that you would have to find their body. But that's not too difficult. You got into the other guardhouse, right? So perhaps you can throw whatever certification badge work you have around and maybe they'll tell you. I will warn you that you mentioned a lord's name. They usually get first dibs. So it's very likely that there's some kind of on-site effects. Well, it just depends. Each lord is different.
I do wonder, just since you're so involved with the process, what standard procedure for someone dead in a noble's house would be.
Oh, perhaps you have a misaligned idea of what they do. The Harpers contact me when they have a job. And they pay me, and I show up and I run their questions for them. That's my info. The standard pulvering type stuff for the citizens of Waterdeep, just generally they hire a cleric to come cast gentle repose to preserve the bodies while they conduct the final investigations. They orchestrate whether or not they want to be buried versus revived and those kinds of things. I mean, more peculiar matter acting on behalf of a different faction. But I usually am not the person that says, go here. I usually am the one that gets aimed at, or they use me to aim and fire.
We just met a cleric.
Did we?
Yes.
I mean, maybe, yeah.
We technically don't know. We just met a person who presented as a cleric. We actually do know that they're a cleric. As they said, they're a cleric and they didn't lie. So, I mean, mostly seems like you gotta go through slightly more official channels to actually find them.
I mean, sure. Official or unofficial. I am not afraid of sneaking, though I would presume that if we are sneaking about, then I wouldn't be wearing any kind of armor and I would therefore need protection. But you three look like you are no stranger to battle either, so...
We definitely don't want to put you in any undue harm. Hopefully we can figure something out that doesn't involve necessarily sneaking about, but if it comes to that, then so be it.
I want to pay for part of this service up front so that we can be on, like, hey, we might need to do this like right now kind of thing.
Okay.
Like, and
Stay on call.
yeah. So here's some on-call money.
Okay.
How much does she charge for these kinds of services?
So, that depends on... Usually a one cast is just 100 gold. Obviously, the more dangerous it is, there's risk factors involved. But if you want to cast it on more than one person, that's also available. But I don't charge anywhere near as cheaply. If you want to retain me or something like that, I have no mind. The show of good faith is more than enough. If you want to leave 20 dragons, then you've sealed my interest.
Sure.
Sounds good.
Even if we don't get to use her services, 20 dragons is well worth the opportunity to have it at hand.
So,
She accepts the dragons graciously.
are we going to sneak into the Grolhum Manor and... I'm saying this in your head, by the way, for clarification. Are we going to sneak into the Grolhum Manor and sneak her in with us?
Who knows? We don't even know where the bodies are.
We do need to find where the bodies are.
Because if the bodies are in the Grolhum Manor still, then maybe.
There's probably a contact to the City of the Dead who'd be willing to give us outsiders a tour. Talk to us about the history.
They're probably not in the City of the Dead quite yet. If they're in the City of the Dead, they're kind of beyond our reach, I think.
But they would know the process before they got to the City of the Dead.
As you guys are having this mental conversation, she mentions, you said something about being quickly. Was this something today or tomorrow that you were imagining?
We're currently not certain until we have more details, but possibly even today.
Oh.
I think as soon as we find where the bodies are, we're going to want to execute as soon as possible.
Okay. I have some errands to take care of before today. Is there a place I can meet you guys? I can just show up and be around the area until you guys arrive. I have no problem waiting.
There's a cigar shop.
Sure.
Oh, sorry. Maybe I can wait outside the cigar shop.
Yeah, that's we give that somewhere out front of that place as a good place to meet up.
And she points to the arm. She's like, she lets me hide in the kitchen so that I don't have to take in the smoky air. It doesn't sit well with me.
Okay, works for me.
Sounds good.
Let's I think if I were to want to know more about the process of how the data are moved and stored and all that stuff, I would probably go to some like a morgue kind of place, some kind of place that like handles the business prospects of doing that, because it probably exists.
Or the guy who put out a pamphlet on Waterdeep.
There's a guy who put out a pamphlet on Waterdeep.
Yeah, you know him pretty well too.
Bolo. Hey, quick question.
Bolo put out a pamphlet on Waterdeep?
Yeah, he actually wrote an entire it's a 20-page like pamphlet on all of Waterdeep. You've actually heard multiple excerpts from his. He also offers a guided tour if you guys are interested.
Of what? I don't know that at this point I would want to take Volo's guided tour of Waterdeep.
Most don't actually.
How is he in business so much?
People do buy his
We
books.
bought his book.
Yeah, people do buy his book.
Not our characters, but us. Like,
Yeah.
I bought his book.
Yeah, you are keeping him afloat. It's just the conversion rate is a bit tricky.
USD to dragons is like.
Ah, that's what it is.
Okay, actual question. I mean, the morgue and funeral home and graveyard are usually all within the same.
What?
They're very, very closely physically tied to each other.
A morgue specifically would be more close to the hospital side of things.
Yeah, I usually did, like, I know there's a guy who I went to high school with. His parents worked for a company that did all the, like, process that's related to before the cemetery, and they were not associated with, like, the
But, like,
cemetery itself. Like, they're usually very...
There's a crime scene that happens, right?
Uh-huh.
Is there a morgue, quote unquote, next to the police station?
Well, yeah, you guys went to a for the Dalekar thing.
Okay,
There's
so
specific guard stations that have attached morgues, and this is more like the criminal morgue side of things. But ultimately, everything that happens, as you guys would know it, is clerics try to get there as quick as possible to cast gentle repose to stop the decomposition of the body, and from there, services go out to wherever you need to. You would think in a more peaceful scenario, instead of there being an active investigation, you would run into things like they would transport the body to whatever religious monument that they like believed in, right? And they would have services ordained there. That would be the funeral home sort of like services, and then you would be interred into the city of the dead, where you would have one last funeral procession.
Can you just ask your alter ego?
I could potentially ask around as my alter ego,
Or just like ask your memory banks of what you know about like having worked in a
I think that
church?
might depend like very wildly, because I don't know like what clerical groups really deal with like interring the dead or like doing the whole gentle repose thing.
Yeah, it's well the interring of the dead is seen. Well, or sorry, like the gentle repose part of it is less tied to religion. That is just a service. Like they request of the people's city, or the city requests of the people, just like, hey, you know magic, you might help us put out disasters, right?
That might even come
from
medical
arcane.
team.
Yeah, the medical team is different than the religious team in that sense. Very much so.
That might even come from like arcane casters more than it does religious casters. in that
And
sense.
Or artificers.
most dead people, like, they don't like come to the goddess of luck for life in that sense. Like after they're dead, that it's a bit of an opposite. It's not that they don't do it; they still have it.
You don't go to whoever you believe in.
You're not necessarily made to only believe in one person.
And
either.
we're also not looking for someone that far along the process.
Yeah.
Right. Our best case scenario is that he's like currently being held in a morgue in a guard station somewhere.
Well, yeah, I guess there's two questions we have here, which is like, one, where are they hiding the bodies? And then two, like, how does the general process of someone dies to someone is buried, how does that process flow in Waterdeep? Which I feel like that the second question, I was wondering if it was something that we could ask that someone in any given church would.
I mean, few people in like a subset of the people in that church would probably know. Maybe just like, hey, do you know the full process of a funeral director right now? Like, probably not. You could find somebody who does, most namely the funeral director, but.
So, reasonably, can we go to a guard morgue and talk our way in?
I mean, it's possible. We've done it before. We could.
But we don't know where they're. We don't even know if the body's at a guard morgue. We don't know if the body's currently like being held in the estate for some reason. We don't know if the body got dumped in a river somewhere.
Technically working for the Growlhounds.
The only way that we know that is going to the Growlhound Manor or going to the morgue. It seems like the contacts we've asked about it they're like, yeah, it could be either or. It would all the above.
So we know
a little bit.
We know that these bodies get preserved, and we know that the bodies get preserved and then questioned, and then at some point after the questioning, they get moved on to the rest of the burial process, right? Most likely, if they're in the later stages of the burial process, we're just kind of shit out of luck. So, like, we can't really expect that to be the case. Or the Growlhounds have the body, in which case the guards have no idea that Ursel ever died. So we go to the guard station, we ask for Ursel, they're like, there's no Ursel, who is that?
Okay.
Like, we have some amount of clout as working for the Growlhounds and also working for the state in certain capacities.
What do you think?
Seems fine.
So what are we doing right now?
Probably going to a nearby guard outpost, or I guess, is it the guard or the watch that would be more?
The watch.
The watch.
So we're going to the one that we went to before that's close by, right?
We're not close by to us, close by to the estate.
Yeah, close by to the estate.
So no, it wouldn't be the same one.
So
The last one we went to was the one that was close by our manor, not by the Growlhounds.
Okay.
You also note that those aren't very openly broadcast. You would have to question and find one, but you can easily find a city watch station. You just wouldn't know that it would be the one with the morgue attached to it.
Understand. Like going there and asking for the one with the morgue attached to it would more or less be reasonable.
Is making your way across the city again?
Yep.
All right, we're definitely putting you into the late afternoon territory now as you guys make your way
Oh no, it's 3 o'clock.
back and forth across the city.
Past high noon, and now it's high 3.
Where you are near the outskirts of the Growlhound Manor, presumably near one of the city watch stations.
Going to the city watch.
You
got dead people?
Get my badge ready and get prepared to make an attempt.
Okay. There seems to be a desk clerk in attendance here. Just wearing like a studded leather with a crossbow like propped up on the side.
Good afternoon.
Oh, afternoon.
We're here, we're in association with the Growlhound estate. There was actually a specific casualty that we were looking to see if we could get access to.
Oh, sure. What's the name?
Erstal Floxen?
Urstel, let me look.
I believe he was one of the members of the Zentarum that attacked the estate.
Okay. Make a persuasion check.
I can make persuasion checks. I can do okay on persuasion checks. That's a 14.
Ah, I see. Well, normally you would be directed towards the morgue, but, you know the nobles. We can speak candidly. They are being very peculiar. They still have the bodies on site. We've been instructed to make sure that all of the necessary things that keep one in a state of perpetuity were done. So that is what we are doing. But that's basically most of what we are doing. The rest of the investigation is being left up with several other people in several other meeting rooms. We've mostly pulled back away from the estate here in the past day or so.
That's understandable.
Between you
know
and
how
me,
nobles are.
between you and me, I think they made a charitable contribution to the right hands.
I do love me some charity.
I do also.
Necromancy?
Necromancy is just an extended form
We
of
could
charity.
go get the necromancer and bring in.
Just raise Urstel back from the dead.
Well, I appreciate the candidness. We'll Well, I have to talk to the Growlhounds and see if we could get our questions answered.
Yep.
Ducks in a
Good
row.
luck.
Okay.
Well, there you go. Do we sneak onto the estate with our sneaky friend, or do we?
I'm getting pretty close to sneak onto the estate levels.
Okay.
If we wanted to go do the necromancer thing, we could. Now would be the time to decide whether to sneak onto the estate or do the necromancer thing instead. Tonight. We do always have tomorrow, but
I think sneaking onto the estate has a time limit. Necromancy thing doesn't.
Or if it does,
You
it's
know.
less important.
Wow.
What?
A sea of skeletons rise up from the city of the dead. Your time.
That sounds like a problem for the guard.
they were asking for it. Who keeps that many corpses in one spot?
They said it would be okay, but somebody brought a limitless bag.
Dance macabre. Somebody cast Dance macabre, and all the skeletons are
They're
dancing.
just trying to have a cocoa party, okay?
Yep. So I think, yeah, that seems totally reasonable. We can gear up for a nighttime raid because I think that the
Day of the Dead,
Oh, okay.
Dia de los Muertos, the Disney created movie called Coco.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
about music and live, party, and dance and
At
family.
Cocoa Party, yeah.
Welcome to the sauna. These are my skeletons. Oh,
Listen, that's what I thought when you said Cocoa Party. It's time for hot chocolate.
everybody get your roasty wieners. Let's go.
It's Mexican hot chocolate, though.
Ooh. Sorry, did we interrupt your vibe?
No, you guys are
Continue on
deciding.
with your necromancy, okay? We'll be with you in a little bit. We are going to an estate for now.
okay. So
Don't
we
do
go
anything we
to
wouldn't
meet Ruth outside of the tobacco shop.
I think that seems fine. General plan of attack? We got ideas. We're gonna dig a tunnel underground into their basement cellars.
I don't think
Man,
that.
I don't know
disguise
if I'm prepped for
themselves.
this encounter. Also, I'm not gonna lie to you. My spell list is so sad right now.
After playing a 10th level caster, it's a little bit weird coming down to level 3, isn't it?
4.
Oh, we're 4?
Yes.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took mobile.
You know what makes me like really happy about this campaign?
What's that?
This module specifically, it's only supposed to go to level 5.
Uh-huh.
So we're 4 out of 5s there.
Yeah.
Firebolt, Shillelagh, Thorn Whip, Detect Magic, Entangle, Fairy Fire, Good Berry, Speak with Animals, Locate Plants and Animals, Locate Object, and Scorching Ray. Oh my gosh, this
It's
is
a
so
dead body and an
relevant.
object.
I need to tell you what's on my character sheet real quick. Soul, cells, sperm and eggs, fetus,
What?
baby, infant, toddler, child, teen, young adult, adult, senior, corpse, body, zombie, skeleton, bone, dust, fossils, and clay. So, there it says it. Right there. So, what does locate object affect?
That's a great question. At what point does a body turn into an object? I figure as soon as the soul's gone, then it's kind of an object territory, but that's just me.
That's probably a good way of looking at it.
So, is the soul still captured? No, correct?
As long as it's not considered a creature, is probably like within the definitions of the mechanics of D&D.
Prior
Like
to
a skeleton
death.
would be a creature. You could not locate object on the skeleton.
prior to death, creatures, beasts, beings, and humans, and or insert other.
You're
race.
talking about like an animated skeleton, right?
Yes.
Okay, but not like a dead in the ground skeleton.
Yeah, probably not.
Skeletons equal bones equal objects.
Right. But an
Corpse.
animated skeleton equals undead creature equals not an object.
Yeah. Corpse equals body equals animated equals zombie.
Yeah.
So I should be able to locate object on.
Ursula Floxen's dead body.
Yep.
Possibly.
That doesn't help us immediately though, because immediately we got to figure out how we're sneaking on this dang estate.
Yes. We have a pretty good layout of how the estate works.
Yeah.
I mean, we could somewhat easily scale again in cover of night. Like we don't have super great options of how to scale into the estate other than the entrances that we've already used.
Pass the trace.
You're proficient in disguise kit, right?
Yes.
So you could like disguise yourselves as like an attendant or a servant and like try and make your way into the estate and find the body that way.
Potentially, yeah.
We could even set up a mental link and use that as a way to like create distractions when things get dicey.
What about pass without a trace though?
It's a good spell.
What's the easiest way to attack a mansion, an estate?
With
Depends on-
guns.
I don't have the charisma or performance to blatantly look someone in the face and be like, I belong here. You're gonna let me pass. He does, but we don't.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, it could be a semi-solo mission where he like disguises himself and maybe Ruth, and they as like servants or something, and they go into the manor and like look for the body, and they find the body, and then if stuff starts going poorly, then we create distractions outside to like pull the guards away or something. Other alternatives being us just like getting you to have passed without a trace, and then using that to like all sneak in and then like take out guards on the way and like knock them out or something. I don't know. That's another route too. I think the first one is more difficult but less dangerous, and the second one is easier but more dangerous. Maybe.
I mean, this lady's very paranoid and very murderous, very at the like edge of her rope, nothing to lose.
Yeah.
So like, she catches someone trying to sneak onto her estate, regardless of the pathway that they're trying to sneak onto their estate. I don't think it'll necessarily turn into a like, haha, laugh it off sort of thing.
No, I agree.
I think that probably my preference would be the pass without a trace, like just full sneak on it in, because like, yeah.
I was thinking we could go to.
Listen, if me and a cleric without any armor or weapons get caught in the middle of this estate and just straight murdered,
Just think of how cool it would be.
you guys could make an explosion in the like building over and pull some guards, sure, but that's not going to stop her and her personal attendant from murdering me.
Okay. So pass without a trace. We're fully healed, fully.
Yeah, I mean,
Rested,
we're more or
like-
less ready to go. We go pick up Ruth and kind of let her know the plan. We're gonna use some magic to help us sneak onto the estate.
Okay.
Your psychic link can only do 3 people, right?
think
They
it's more than
just
that.
changed it, and
I
I,
think it's
totally
definitely
know
more.
how it works.
I think it's your
Proficiency bonus, I believe.
yeah, it's you plus your proficiency bonus.
Yep.
That sounds correct.
I don't have an updated, printed out character sheet yet, so I will look it up in the meantime while we're doing any other prep.
I mean, yeah, I don't really have a ton as far as like actual prep goes. I got my crossbow. I got my action bow. I
What am I
got
missing?
my spells. What am I missing?
Yeah, like I legit am like, after, I'm not gonna lie, this last weekend wrecked me as a person, as a player, because I legitimately just like, I looked straight in the camera. I was like, chat, what do I do? And they were like, you should do this and this and this, and it would like helped me. Like, oh yeah, I do have a rope. I do need a rope. I do need HP potions. I do need this. I do need that. Okay, we could do this. And even though like 8 out of 10 things weren't even possible because of character sheet or one-shot limitations, it was still nice to be able to bounce off ideas. And we're so just like, pass without a trace? All right, now what?
I mean, we already had our shopping trip and got like loaded up.
Yeah, we're fully kitted. Now we just gotta do it.
We could talk about some of that stuff later. But Psychic Whispers, you establish a telepathic communication between yourself and others, perfect for quiet infiltration. As an action, choose one or more creatures you can see, up to a number of creatures equal to your proficiency bonus, and then roll 1 psionic energy die for a number of hours equal to the die rolled. The chosen creatures can speak telepathically with me, and I can speak with them. To send or receive a message, no action required. You and the other creature must be within 1 mile of each other. Blah, 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 blah.
Cool. Yep. Up to 2 more people besides you.
3 more people besides me, because I have 3, right? Or is I only have 2?
Proficiency bonus goes to 3 at 5.
Why is my proficiency bonus so hard to find? Oh, because it's underneath my text writing. Okay. So I can get the 3 of us. Or something like that.
Ruth simply asks, okay, we're sneaking into a noble's manor. There's risk involved. Will I need to be present in any kind of fighting circumstance?
Assume yes.
Okay. You would agree that that charges or increases the amount of risk imposed to her.
If you have to fight, yes, we will pay you more.
I will not bring weapons otherwise.
We'll be happy to pay.
Okay. With combat involved, an additional 25 gold for the services.
Do I charge anyone so that I carry what? I don't understand.
We do all the time.
Okay.
I would point you maybe to our conversation with the Istrid this morning.
I don't know.
Where we were like, this sounds like a lot of risk. What's in it for us?
Yeah.
Plain sort of thing.
You guys did have time to stop by your tavern real quick if you wanted to before going into the thing.
Wait, I would love to have done that.
Okay. So in the like one of the streets leading up to your alley, towards the front of your manor, as you guys are approaching your manor again, a small male dwarf named Yor comes up. You recognize this to be Istrid.
Ha! Your disguise sucks! We recognize you right away!
Over the course of conversation where she says, "It's me, Istrid."
She uses the same concealer that Percy does. Smell it a mile away.
You guys have a 5-minute long conversation about the applications of the concealer.
It's Cat Von
Got a suck for
Zarovich.
your back.
Cat Von Zarovich, no.
Do you want to swap chairs, bro?
No.
She once again thanks you, and she hands over another 40 platinum pieces.
Wonderful.
Wunderbar.
So we are all kitted up. I've got my healer's potions. I've got my healer's kits. I mean, it feels funny to ask, but I do ask Ruth if she wants me to like help disguise kit her up at all, just so that she has plausible deniability if something goes horribly wrong.
Sure. Do you have any ideas?
I mean, you know, we can figure something out. Hair change. I've been having Astrid grow some berries that are really good. It's like a really dark black, but it's got kind of a purple sheen to it.
Like a raven, but with purple.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I will admit, always wanted to go through a hair dye. So sure, I'll take you up on the offer.
Damn here.
Wait, no, that's very weird. Why does it involve the hand motion? With the sniffing, not...
This
There's just something about the smell of hair dye, I want to tell you.
Wait, is that Kat Von Zarvich?
Cool. So yeah, just kind of give her a little bit of like on the off, like insanely off chance
Where
that
are these?
something goes wrong, and then someone like a guard that spotted us but escaped goes to that in a week. They won't recognize her, sort of thing.
So part of her garb will be very lackluster in the sense of she's going to be wearing a chain shirt underneath the rest of her like vestiges, so that she has some amount of protection.
Nice.
And other than that, is very, very lightly armored for the occasion, and just merely has a cudgel with her. And she's not trying to invoke the ire of the guard should they see adventure level weaponry amongst her. So if she has to split from you guys, she doesn't have that extra baggage with her. But
Right.
she informs you she has the ability to cast additional spells to assist her with combat as needed.
Cool. I definitely don't expect her to be a pushover, but I think that's pretty much what we're setting out with. Because we've got everything that we need gear-wise, right? We've got grappling hooks and all that. I mean, I assume that our goal will be to sort of loop around the back and kind of in that same area that we had originally left.
Yep.
Probably that same grapple spot to get back over.
Okay.
It kind of puts us between the barn and the guard house, but it also keeps us out of like the front area.
When we get inside, where will we go? We've seen enough of this manor at this point that we kind of know the layout. What's our plan of attack?
Where do we think the body will be?
So presumably
In the bedchamber?
they have something.
Where else do you keep
presumably
that body?
they have something set up somewhere. Like I have a feeling that it's going to be at least somewhat apparent, but I think that checking the main floor, seeing if there is like a basement area with like ominous black smoke coming out of it, we probably should do that. But we also know that they were keeping Zentarum they were housing Zentarum in that guard station. And they were actively like harboring Zentarum people in various places in their house that I assume was that guard station at the very least.
Okay.
So we kind of know that, like, I think that in the process of sneaking in there and like actually getting in some like research time, that we'll figure something out, because we didn't see a basement the first time we were in there. Otherwise, like, we know that her room would be a hot spot and the guard station would be a hot spot for both activity and likelihood of there being something stored there.
Okay.
She doesn't want bodies stinking up her personal quarters, but she might be the kind of person to be spiteful enough to kick a man while he's down and to keep his body in her personal quarters to throw darts at or some shit.
Agreed. We hop the wall.
Wait, get that. We do the things.
Well, are we casting Pass Without a Trace? How long does Cast Without a Trace last for?
It's an hour.
An hour or 10 minutes?
One of those.
It's a really long time.
10 seconds.
I think it's 10 minutes, but I don't know.
I think it's longer than that. It is concentration up to 1 hour.
Nice. Okay, so definitely cast that before we start climbing up.
Mm-hmm. Do we want to maybe intermission while we get ready?
Yeah, I think so. We'll pause until 17 minutes from now. That'll be 10 our time. we will return then, and we will go infiltrate the Growlhund estate / compound, depending on where your origin's from.
Yeet.
Intermission.
doing it.
We're back. Hello, and welcome back. We are going to resume.
Resume.
Resume. Looks like this is where I need to have the volume at.
Can you draw me my
Here,
favorite picture, Ryan?
reload the TV just a little
What?
bit. Okay.
What?
He's got it.
There's some hoes in this house. There's some hoes in this house.
One day I won't catch it. It's gonna happen.
Then you'll end up having a back like mine.
Hopefully not.
All right. Let us resume.
You flip this dang map again.
Yes.
You're so awful.
The last time that we had it, it was over there. That's the,
Nope.
the wall went up.
Absolutely not. Not even a little
What
bit.
the heck? Robert!
That was the other way.
Yo, get you a GM that can orient.
Hey,
the
at least we
map.
have a giant drawn map. I'm
Yeah.
not complaining. I'm
complaining. It doesn't even have color on it.
It does. It's all red.
No, red, white, and black does not count.
You.
It'll be all red when we're done with it.
I ain't ever coloring no map like this big. That's so much work.
Yeah, that's true.
What else are you supposed to do as a GM?
Draw spiral stairs.
You're sounding very, very spoiled.
Hello, look at me. Tell me I'm not spoiled.
It's the hair.
It's not the ears.
It's the ears. It's definitely the ears.
Yeah, you gotta poke them out a little bit more. You were so against the ears, but now they're just part of your personality.
It's me, Mario.
Spoiled little elf.
Yeah. Hi, Santa.
You should have given me a present of a better map with magical orienting
I
services.
already got you that before we even started this campaign.
No.
I don't know what to tell you. We're gonna.
Okay. You guys may continue.
Our game plan is to enter through this back wall. Back here. To the north.
Who
Yes.
knows?
No, yes, it's definitely the north.
That is the north side. Remember, the front gate was always the south side.
Yeah, the side that had Robert on it was the north.
North side,
That's
the
true.
realist.
That's not
So,
true.
we
They're
want
the
to-
north side in Waterdeep.
We could pull out the VOD if you'd like, Robert.
We could pull
I don't think you heard me. That's the north side in Waterdeep, and it's always that. The field board is north.
Robert, be careful.
I know.
He's got it.
Alright.
So, we are entering through this north area. We are pre-casting Pass Without a Trace
Yeah.
Which is concentration?
Yeah.
up to an hour.
It affects
Yeah.
anybody within a certain amount of area around you.
Or is it up to a number of people?
I think it's
How does the spell
creatures
work?
of your choice within an area. If I remember correctly.
That's most likely how it works.
A veil of shadows and silence radiates from you, masking you and your companions from detection. For the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you, including you, has a +10 bonus to dexterity stealth checks.
Within
And
30 feet.
can't be
creatures of your
tracked
choice.
by magical means. A creature that receives this bonus leaves no tracks or other traces of its passage. Material components: ashes from a burned leaf of mistletoe and a sprig of spruce.
A very
Cute.
festive spell.
Very festive.
They need to say sprig of spruce 10 times fast.
Sprig of spruce, sprig of spruce, sprig of spruce, sprig of spruce, sprig.
I like the idea.
Sprig
You
of
leave
spruce,
no
sprig of
trace behind where you've gone through. You walk through and knock over a vase, and as you leave the area, the vase just zooms back up.
You just leave no fingerprints.
All right.
You leave no BA.
What do we see? We climb the wall.
Yeah, so what time of night are you guys?
Damn it! Now would be
Like
a really good
midnight.
time to have that drone capability.
The wizard one?
I'd love to play that in a campaign.
Yeah, dude. That's a good one. And it talks to you.
It's gonna be late night because it was already like pretty late evening when we contacted Ruth, and then go to the guardhouse, come back probably like early midnight area, like 11, 12 kind of
Okay.
time frame.
Maybe like 10 or 8 p.m.?
Yeah, so
Boring.
like 10:15.
No, okay.
It's not quite the witching hour yet. But maybe by the time we're leaving, it will be.
All right. So a few things of note. Presumably you guys have somewhat cased the outside before just jumping over the backside, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then you will have noticed that the amount of actual city watch members here are very, very insignificant. There's maybe one or two that was posted outside the front gate that seem to be in conversation with a couple of the other estate people. Once you have dropped into here, you see a few sections that seem to have some amount of like zoning placed on them. Most notably, towards this end, there is a torch set, which is how you're able to see it this late at night, because it's further than your dark vision's away. It's got some like
Dark vision?
wooden fencing around it. Dude, he's got dark vision.
I have goggles.
Yeah.
You don't have dark vision at all, right?
Correct.
And then she's just a human.
I've forgotten everything about
Ruth
this
is just a
character.
human, right?
So you are presently blind in the circumstances of anything up close to you, unless you guys are standing under torchlight, essentially.
You could sacrifice your dark vision to give me super dark vision.
Or we could sacrifice my dark vision to give her dark vision since she's concentrating on the spell.
I mean, that is fair.
I think it's an attunement though, isn't it?
It probably is attunement.
I can check. They're goggles of night, right?
Mm-hmm.
Search.
Goggles, not quite Batman.
Goggles. Not Googles. Goggles of night. Goggles of night. Wondrous item.
They're not.
They're not attunement. Alright, I hand you
There
my
you go.
goggles
Why would I wear these?
so you can see.
I have 3 eyes.
If you run into something, it's most important that you can see in the dark for this mission, I think, over me.
Did you sweat me?
I mean, at some point, probably.
Can I steal the salt off with a sweat?
Yes.
Thank you.
For future rituals. Summoning.
I mean, you gotta collect it somehow.
She's just gonna pocket it, and she can scry you later.
Yeah.
I probably, as
Yeah, you have
we're
spells.
do I have spells? Yeah.
Do you have any spells that do things, like the dark vision spell or anything?
I don't have the dark vision spell. You're gonna have to talk to our druid about that one.
I can turn into
That's a
stuff that has
sorcerer
dark vision.
spell. You're a
I'll tell you.
sorcerer.
They took away my variant casting abilities. I'm stuck. I do the stealthy like coin light pass to you, so you
Oh.
can keep a light point in your pocket.
Thanks.
He accidentally casts light on your robe. Bong! It's on. Everybody knows that you're there for like a split second before he cancels it.
We kick him out of the, of
Would
the
they
shadows.
even? Because like, aren't we veiled in darkness? Like, how do those spells interact with each other?
It doesn't stop you from having light escape.
Does it?
Pass Without a Trace is a way higher spell than what the light cantrip is.
It's not. It's Cast Without Trace is not imposing a magical darkness.
Yeah.
What?
No,
It
it's
is-
not. But
it's
it is
not.
No.
reducing the light in the area.
It is making you harder to detect, not impossible to detect.
Yes.
There are many different forms of going unnoticed, but lighting off a big strobe light in an area where there is zero lighting would be a very high visibility thing, right?
So, Pass Without a Trace.
Yep.
I have the goggles. You've got the light rock. I'm jealous of it. And Ruth, you're okay?
I can't do it.
She's okay.
All right.
Okay.
A little blind. But...
So we see, excuse me. We see a like torch thing going on over in this back corner.
Yeah, you've got a torch that's highlighting the area that you remember the drow having gone down it.
Ah, right.
And you see like a small amount of like temporary and hastily erected fencing that's like cordoning off the area.
Is there anyone like actively in that area, or is it just?
Nope. There's a few torches that are going across the wall over here, and you can see every now and then, like probably every 20 seconds or so, you'll see some guard passing underneath these torchlights, and it goes across the entire front of the compound. It seems to be, if you guys move up this way, not that it's of anything of hidden variety, but there's a larger section of guards that are gathered here at the front gate.
Okay.
Currently, the guardhouse, the guard shacks that you are in front of, do not seem to have a lot of traffic.
Okay.
I can't hold 2 concentration spells at the same time.
Correct. What was the other one that you'd like to cast?
Locate object.
Yeah, I mean potentially if we like maybe get to a like super safe spot where we run out of options. So we know that there's a pantry area, a kitchen area, and a place that was full of bodies last time we saw.
That is a laundry room.
Ah, yes, where they keep the bodies. And then the lady chased us out into this main area. This is where the Falcon was being held. Upstairs is where Lady Gralhoon's place is. We didn't see in this room. We didn't look in the guard area specifically. We know that the stable, thank you.
You're welcome.
Jeez Louise. The guy was asleep here.
It's actually canonically called a coach house.
Coach house. I mean, that's understandable.
Yeah. House is their coach.
That's where I keep all my purses.
That's how they have the best football team in Waterdeep.
I mean, he was kind of asleep on the job, so like probably up all night writing plays or something.
That was the stable boy. It's like the coach's like assistant.
He's a water boy.
Wait,
yeah, it's the water
stable boy.
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be like the coach house boy or something?
No, he's just very
so now you're getting into the politics of Waterdeep. Stable boy is significantly less paid than a coach house assistant.
Why is he stable boy? He's not in a stable.
No, well, I mean, his room is... see how the room closes there?
This is ridiculous.
So, are we looking to go to the main area, or are we looking to go to the guardhouse to check that out real quick?
Honestly, I feel like the guardhouse is a good place to check.
I tend to agree, but we should be very careful. We sneak forward, stealthing, and try to peek into the guardhouse and see what we can see. So
you guys have just landed. You've probably spent about 15 seconds at the bottom of this wall.
Yeah.
Well, plus about 30 seconds to scale down the wall. Before approaching the guardhouse, do you want to take your time to see about memorizing patterns? You kind of got an hour to work with, so use that judiciously to increase your information here.
No, I don't think that like watching guard rounds is gonna necessarily help us.
I mean, if they have we could hang out for a couple minutes to see if they have a 5-minute shift guy that like swaps and like walks into this kitchen. That'd be pretty like worth knowing.
Sure, every 5 minutes.
I
mean, as an example, it's an extreme example, but we could do that. I think that
unfortunately, I think we can definitely wait a few moments just to see what's going on. But imagine shift swaps are a little bit more on the multiple hours.
So they are in 5-minute intervals in prison.
Well,
right?
They're doing rounds based on what I said about the front gate.
Yeah.
But what we observe to see if there's any particular pattern or timing that we can possibly...
Probably. Is there any shrubbery or anything back here that we can hide?
There's bits and pieces. Probably closer on that back right section, or I guess it's the closer section to you behind the path. There's bushes and stuff that you guys can hide next to.
So yeah, we hang out in here to see if this rotation of guards makes its way back to this back entrance area.
Okay. How long are you guys waiting?
30 seconds? 5 minutes? Max?
I think 5 minutes is probably about 5 to 10 minutes. I'd be willing to wait 10 minutes, but if we're feeling particularly antsy, we can.
10 minutes is a long time out of an hour.
Yeah.
That's
We can wait
literally
5 minutes. 5 minutes, totally fine.
3 minutes into your waiting, you see a guard come walking down this pathway. He, is that you? Yeah, he is. I just can't see because it's small screen. Okay, he comes walking down this pathway. He checks into the stable, and then he comes back out and starts going back up the path.
Okay.
You did hear the slight sounds of a brief conversation that occurred when you peeked in the door.
He comes in, checks in here, and
Yep.
then goes this way?
Nope, he goes right back up the path that he came from.
Okay.
Cool. So we hear a brief tidbit of a conversation coming from the stable.
Yep.
Do we have any ability of making out what they're saying at all, or?
Roll perception.
Yeah. Me being incredibly perceptive with a +0, I have a 16.
Perceptive enough. You catch words here and there. It is quite a distance, and he wasn't exactly speaking, but he did seem to be speaking into the room, so that blocked a lot of it from you.
Okay.
You get the sound like he was checking on the stable boy, and you get the feeling that he's trying to do some kind of consoling, probably recognizing that the groundskeeper having perished in the fight. Somebody's looking out for him, so to speak.
I hear the telltale expression, the telltale inclination of a, "Hey, buddy, you okay?"
Also, have you heard any noises? We're still on high alert.
So I think when this guy turns around and starts going back this way, that's the most opportune time to move over here and check this door.
Okay. So 3 minutes. We'll record. Until it becomes no longer.
The chemistry struggle.
Yeah.
Robert?
Are you serious? There. We seem to
He's
have,
a Grinch.
we have less space back here tonight than normal. Okay, cool. So you guys are headed in towards where?
The guardhouse. Checking that door out.
Okay.
Checking for traps, checking for spiders, checking for guards.
It's a
Check
lot
for
of...
Zentarum testing.
Being super stealthy.
Who's doing it? Who's doing what?
I do the door checky thing.
You do the door checky thing.
Yes.
The blind one.
You are blind.
I doesn't really. I can only see when I lockpick things typically, or do I need to There's not any particular special detail I'm looking for here. Just the door.
We can lead the way for him. And if we need
when
him to
we make it
lockpick,
to
we
the
can-
door, would he need to lockpick at disadvantage if it's dark?
Probably not at disadvantage if it's dark, but...
Okay, so you just roll normal.
Well, but yeah, we don't even know if the door is locked or anything yet.
Check if the door is locked.
The door is not locked.
All right, cool.
I'll lead the way and I'll peek inside to see what I can see. Open the door stealthily.
Okay.
So do you hit the door, or peek
Open
the
the
door,
door,
or
peek the
sprint
door.
through it so it goes?
Peek the door and make a slight wind noise.
Go ahead and give stealth. Also, we all need to roll stealth for being in the compound.
Yes.
Whew.
This means I have to roll. Ask me about my stealth.
What about your stealth?
So
23.
you add 10 due to pass without a trace.
Yes. Whatever you roll plus your stealth check plus 10.
I believe I have +5. I think I'm at 35.
+5? That's what I have in stealth.
I'm pretty. I don't know.
Are you proficient in stealth?
I think so. I'll have to look. I'm waiting for my character sheet to load. Because I have an old character sheet.
Stealth probably hasn't
No,
changed.
it's a +2. I have a +5 in insight. So sorry,
Yes, you're the
32.
deceptive one.
Okay, 32.
I'm at an 18. Or, sorry, 16.
Okay. The magical veil of darkness and silence is silencing the hinges that are normally very creaky due to the guards not receiving all the money that they would want for their own reparations. So the door opens silently, and it is completely dark in here, as there seems to be a number of
Magical darkness or regular darkness?
regular darkness.
How far can I see with my goggles in darkness?
60 feet.
Okay.
That are the representation of a bunch of guards that are sleeping. There seems to be one or two that are very silently like putting on their equipment as they get ready to take their place on the midnight shift. Like one or two of them are eating over in a corner, and you can see that there's enough cots for about 16 people fully staffed here. A number of beds are empty, and you can see some kind of like shrine or dedication on several of like maybe their helmet or something has been set up on the foot of the bed to recognize the ones that were killed on the night just recent.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so pretty much just a standard guardhouse from the looks of it. I don't really have any interest in playing the like who gets to pop the snore bubble game, so we can probably sneak right back on out of there and maybe go in through this area.
Okay.
Oh, I need to roll for how many hours my speaking with people lasts.
Can we?
4 hours.
Hey.
1 mile is a long way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I propose we go to the like kitchen area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Maybe they have them slabbed out on the table.
Hopefully not.
I mean,
That's where I keep my dead guys in the kitchen next to the blood pudding.
I mean, when he said guards were in the corner snacking, I was like, hopefully it's not on a body.
Yeah. At what point do you eat a corpse
They're
enough for it to
sleep.
become
I mean, they're
corpse?
eating food in the pitch dark.
It happens. People are into it.
So
Some other guards have dark vision.
crack open this door here and peek into this kitchen-y room.
Okay, you do find that this door is locked.
Okay.
You can see that a very crudely an interim like latch and bar thing has been like pounded into the door where there's a simple locking mechanism on the front of it. It has been hastily put there since the last attempt had bashed in that door. They have not yet replaced that door.
Okay. I direct Rin to the locked mechanism.
I attempt to unlock the lock mechanism.
Rin, get in here. Get in here.
10.
Okay, this actually takes about 3 minutes worth of time to deal with the complications of not seeing anything and the roll. But
Instead of saying, what's going on? I say, you've got it.
Thanks. That's 3 minutes is about the longest a lockpicking lawyer video goes. That's pretty much the maximum time.
you could probably assume he has like a plus 15 or so in lockpicking. And he has super thieves tools, whatever those mean.
So we've wasted about 10 minutes.
6 minutes.
Behind that door.
I peek behind the door.
Okay, you open it. There's actually some soft candlelight in here. The fire itself that leads into the banquet room has embers that are really, really receded and burned down.
Is this like a full, like this is a two-way fireplace?
Yes.
Cool.
and so you can somewhat see through the area, but it's mostly just kind of obliterated by the light that you're picking up from the fire there. You don't see anybody immediately in the vicinity. This was a brief reminder. This is stocked with cookware and utensils. It's a large fireplace that is used for cooking meals. So you can see a spit roast or like a hanging lever.
Okay.
Are there any foods that are snackable in this room?
The kitchen is kept mostly clear. There's probably a few like remains that they didn't. I think the overall presentation that you guys are going to get through the manor is going to be kind of continuous. Is that
disarray?
There's a little bit of a disarray or like a shell shocked kind of like forgetfulness. Like you got 95% of the way through, but for you forgot to clean up the carrot stems that you used that you cut off the carrots when you went to make your meal.
Something. The cooks who cleaned up the bodies out of their kitchen and then were told to make dinner for the lady of the house that night.
Yeah, something like that. Not happy people.
Yeah.
So I think that we should check this back room. I know we only briefly saw it last time. Because my next opinion would be like going up the stairs basically. Because this was like library and Falcon.
I'm telling
room.
you, it's probably in our bedroom.
My thoughts was that if I was so far of all the rooms that I've seen in this place, like the stables and the laundry room seem like reasonable places to leave bodies that you don't feel like dealing with right now.
Yeah, I think my assumption is that I wouldn't classify Urstel as a body that they don't want to deal with right now, more as a body that they want to deal with right now. So it might be like, I feel like probably Urstel and then maybe a couple of other key ones are being stored somewhere, and then the rest of the bodies, like all the servants and stuff, probably have been shipped off. Unless they just decide to keep all of them, in which case we found our necromancer. Did it.
Done.
We just defeat Lady Growlhound, and then we...
So what's that next room?
Yeah, we checked the laundry room.
Okay. So this is the room where servants wash clothing, i.e. the laundry room. It maintains scrub buckets, wash basins, soap, mops, and chamber pots. You actually see that a good portion of these they have a filmy stained residue on the wood. There's no lights in here, so it's mostly through dark vision, but you definitely tell that a staining liquid of some kind has been present in a lot of these utensils here recently. You also see similar stains that kind of coat the floor in puddles of...
Does it smell like a bleach or a cleaner, or is this just like they haven't really cleaned up from the massacre that happened in here last time we were here?
You would get the idea that while disinfectants are used, a lot of the cleaning stuff has been ruined due to the amount of blood that has been cleaned up
Do
recently.
we see a body?
You don't see a body. You do see like a very scrubbed over section, but you can still tell that it's not done being cleaned yet. They haven't done anything magical to prestidigitation this away, so to speak.
I think that pretty much cancels out this area for me.
The thing is, I legitimately don't think it's down here. Also, I have no intention of investigating these rooms thoroughly.
Yeah, I was mostly checking
wanna...
if this was a staircase down to down to a cellar area.
Oh, that is a staircase up.
That's a staircase up.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you guys would kind of somewhat remember from your last visit through here, the room above the banquet hall was the Gralhun main room, and you did not see a way to the other side of that wall. So you could easily discern that this was a detached section of the upstairs.
That makes sense.
It's more like in line with the peasantry live over here, and then nobles live over here.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of thinking if this was basement access, then there could potentially, we could have gone to the basement, and then there's some weird shrine, and we find out Lady Gralhun's a necromancer, blah 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 blah.
Oh.
Big bang boom, we just
Easy
money.
as you do.
But in this case, this room is real gross, so I don't think Lady Gralhun's wading through it to get to her weird sacrifice chamber. In which case, it's probably in her bedroom. Let's go.
Told you. Alright, we head towards
At least that's my...
Listen, I ain't keeping no...
We head straight
Body
toward
dead.
towards her bedroom. Where we think her bedroom would be, upstairs.
Her bedroom is definitely upstairs.
We've been.
We've been there.
We head towards that room.
So there's the rest of the estate to get through to get to back to those stairs to get to the bedroom.
Yep.
We head back into GG here, and then move into the main area as we can.
Cross through this door.
Oh, I didn't see that door there. Yeah, we can do that too.
Seeing how we have already cleared this room, it just seems like a little
Seeing as
safer
how we
plan.
don't pick up blood tracks and leave them on the ground currently.
Right, we don't leave any tracks.
No, we don't. Don't do that.
No, the noise still happens.
No, it doesn't.
No one hears it. It doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
Oh, that's the question, isn't it?
It's a magical silence. You don't hear any noises. Though, it just depends. Like, if you're doing that for an art thing, those aren't tracks anymore.
No.
Those
Just
are like...
because you mute does not mean the noise does not happen.
Silence
In
radiates
that case
from...
specifically, that's not true.
Yeah.
The noise still happens. The audio device doesn't pick it up.
Anywho, we peek that door.
All right, you peek the door.
Peek that door!
Back in the Great Hall. So the furniture's all been kind of like wiped out from here. The chandeliers have been taken down. There's 2 iron chandeliers that were over the banquet hall previously. They've been taken down and actually set in the back corner. There, it seems like there's a lot of like the decorative paintings and pictures on the wall. They've all been taken down and kind of haphazardly pushed into the back of the room. All of the bodies have been wiped up. Very distinguishably, you can see some of the remnants of your battle in this room and the blood that was left behind. You see trails where the bodies were like moved and stuff. It almost seems like with purpose. Like if they wanted to, they could have gotten rid of this stuff, right? There are magical means of doing this. It takes a little money. So either A, she's being intentionally negligent or unintentionally negligent, or B, has some other purpose with it.
Or she's not in that state anymore.
The body dragging marks are leading to
The front door.
The front door. Makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that still heading upstairs is our next best bet. I probably want to take a slight moment to sort of inspect the body dragging marks just to double check and make sure that there's not any like weird variants that look like if there seems like there's some body marks that are randomly like being drug into the room instead of out of the room,
Okay,
sort of thing.
go ahead and give me an investigation check.
I can do that. I'm smart. I can do things. Investigation is only a 9.
Okay. The most that I can give you that makes sense is that there are body trails that come from these doorways. There are body trails that come from that room G9 that you guys did not visit. That door is closed. But there are trails definitely coming from that. So you can't really like make heads or tails of where things are being drugged to and from. I mean, it's not too difficult to distinguish. Most of it goes towards the front door. There's just also additional stuff that's coming from G9.
Okay. I think that moving up towards the top floor is our next move then.
I'm on board. Up we go.
Okay.
Is it our bedroom?
We're going there.
Okay, so we are going up to G13. This takes us back to the upstairs foyer. Let's see, we need 1 and 2. You are standing on a doorway. There you go.
And now my brain hurts.
Yeah, I've decided I'm going to put the rest of the map up.
Right. Her bedroom was like back here.
like moves up just a little bit.
Okay.
Come on. Think. Oh, it's so hard to keep track of sometimes. Okay. Doing this upside down is not a great idea. I think it's actually one space harder because it does match with the back, but that is the general platform.
Okay. So, if I remember correctly, this is the balcony we fought on. This would be the servant quarters with the ladder that leads in. And this would be where I interact with her as her bedroom.
Sorry, what?
Servant area as of the staircase going up that we remember.
Yep.
In the fireplace. This is the area that we fought on.
Yep.
And then this would be where her bedroom was that I interact with her. This is where, or this
G16 is her bedroom. G18 were her children's bedrooms. And that's where she was currently residing.
And we found hubby dead in her bedroom.
No, you found Haraba's, her personal bodyguard, dead.
Right. Okay.
Can you
Honestly,
point
I don't
to
think
which
we ever-
one's G16,
This
right?
one.
Oh. Okay. I thought that was an open area.
Nope.
We are currently in an open area?
You are currently in the upstairs foyer. So currently the doors to the master bedroom are closed.
Weird house layout.
See, clearly you're not a noble. You would understand these tastes more.
I mean, like, to get to this room, right, you have to go
That's a
through...
servant room.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
To get to this room, or this room, you have to go through other rooms to get to these rooms.
Yeah.
Like, if you wanted to get into this one, you have to go into this room, and then through this room into this room.
It's not too dissimilar from the kind of house design that Three Feathers Up is, right? Like, with the changes that we've made, you have to walk through a dance hall to get to Astrid's room.
I'm just used to hallways, is all.
Oh.
It weirds me out that there's no hallways up here.
It's mostly bed suites.
If you think about like plantation homes, this is very similar.
It's weird.
Like plantation home style.
So upon coming up here,
Yes.
give me new stealth rolls.
Stealth rolls.
What are your passive perceptions?
My passive perception's a 10. I'm not a perceptive boy.
Mine is 13,
Mine's at least 15.
but the disadvantage mine would be at 8.
Okay, this is based on hearing, so you're not disadvantaged in this.
15.
15? Okay.
My
You
stealth is a 29.
stealth for you too?
18.
Oh, she could.
22.
Cool. You hear the soft thwack sound of a dagger hitting wood to the south.
I tell all of you that mentally.
To the south.
This area that I may have previously been under confused circumstances. Is this like a game room? Is that a fireplace? Is that
I
what
thought that
I'm-
was the roof.
I also there was part of me that thought this was just like a kennel or something with a fence.
I see.
I thought that was a roof.
You guys have not been to that section of the building
There's a door right
in
next to
either story.
it. Okay, yeah.
So you've not ever been given a description.
Well, knowing that it's not a kennel changes things slightly. Plus, knowing that someone's throwing daggers in there means that's probably of relevance.
Assume so. How do you get there, though?
There's a door right in front of us.
There is?
Yes.
Oh, I can't.
Big maps, dude.
Yeah, no, I'm not complaining about
Yeah.
it. I just...
I mean,
Also probably relevant, you guys can, and especially you can make some sense of like some light spilling underneath the doorway. Not a heavy bright light, but there's lights in there.
yeah. See, that's kind of what I'm worried about. Like Pacified Trace is great, but when you start opening doors of rooms that people are actively in, stealthing kind of falls apart pretty quick.
So let's avoid it. Let's search where we thought it was first.
I mean, do you think you could like listen up against the door a little
Yeah.
bit?
A people.
Okay.
I hear
I have
a
a
Labrador snoring 4 houses away.
I have a fan theory, but I need it confirmed.
You get the sensation it's a very, very open room, and so the sound definitely bounces and travels if they're speaking very heavily. So you hear the thud, it almost goes whack, sort of thing. But you hear voices in there. They're too mumbled. They sound like really far across the room. They're not talking very loudly. About 30 seconds into listening up against the door, though, you hear a scream a scream of frustration, like "Tell me, you bitch!" sort of thing. That just kind of like splits the silence. That you recognize to be Lady Gralfin's voice.
Okay.
I tell you.
That means her bedroom's empty.
Sure, let's go check her bedroom.
That doesn't. Just a point. Just a point. It doesn't necessarily.
She seems busy. Let's go the other way.
I mean, that seems pretty likely to be the kind of thing that we're looking for. However, that also seems mighty, what's the word?
Dangerous.
Mighty dangerous. We can fall back a little bit and try to check out some of these back rooms, but I think that this is kind of our inevitable,
This is a good time as any to search her room for a piece of the stone of the
Let's do
whatever, or
We
a
could
clue or a
also wait
letter.
until she leaves the room and go do our own investigations.
we can potentially try.
Meanwhile, Ruth is like, "You guys are crazy."
Certainly.
We go try to search her room.
We're currently infiltrating a noble's house looking for a dead body. Step 1 was crazy.
Listen, I'm just tired. I'm not sitting here to ask questions, but now that I'm living the moment, like, it's exciting.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you were gonna ask questions.
Now I'm gonna ask questions.
Want to join our party?
I was like, I feel alive. It's like I had some coffee.
Feel
so you guys,
alive because you hang out with dead people.
yikes! I don't want to attack your profession.
I didn't say that to her, even though I wanted to.
Okay, so you guys are going up to the master bedroom door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Check it for locks.
Nope, not locked. In fact, you can see that it's unlatched currently. Like it's not. It wasn't quite shut all the way.
I creak it open a little bit and peek inside.
It goes to creak open, but the magic prevails and it silently opens for you.
Yeah, that one. Meant crack open. Something.
Again, all the lights are off here. You can see in the corner that a candle has burned all the way out.
Good, so she's
Somewhat
been in
recently.
there a while.
Mm-hmm.
Can't take a break eventually.
So now that the doors are open again, you see a bunch of charred carpet. I don't know why I stumbled on that word so much from the detonating blast of yours truly. You see bloodstains specifically highlighted in that corner, and you see a very kind of like odd, what's the word, like it's not quite a shrine, and it's not quite in memory of either. Hrabas's body has been almost entombed on spot, and is like, or from best that you can tell, there's a lacquered panel that is in a very like think like close hugging kind of like details. It's very detailed. It looks like somebody molded him.
Like some kind of like sacrificial altar that she's set up.
More like a sarcophagus. There's way too much detail put into like an exact replica of him that they presumably have placed him inside. It is oriented in the position that you've last seen him,
Right.
in directionality, but he is like at rest instead of being like crumpled and displayed.
It's the most Star Wars-y thing we've seen all day.
And this is made out of what material?
Like a wood.
Like a wood.
Best as you can tell in dark vision.
I mean, we searching the room?
Yeah.
Okay.
We gotta be quick though, because we don't know when she's walking back in here.
Other details, you can see that the mattress itself is in a complete state of disarray. You can also tell that it was a feather down mattress, as it's been slashed open and feathers are like literally everywhere over it. You'd say that it looks slept in the sense of like how the sheets are arrayed, but it's
The feathers are everywhere.
it's not a happy scene.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have ever had a feather down anything, but honestly, that shit is so pokey.
I'm obsessed with Featherdown.
Question about
So
Pass
pokey.
Without Trace. If we're assuming no light situation changed, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we were just like, we heard her coming down the hallway, she's like, "I'm done with this. I'm going back to bed." She's gonna walk in the room and lay down on her bed, and we were just like hugging the walls with Pass Without Trace on with our stealth. Assuming we don't have like a poor stealth roll, like our stealth rolls are good or whatever, would that be a situation that would work with Pass Without a Trace, where she could walk into the room, not see us, and then lay down to bed and go to bed?
So I'll kind of
That's what this spell is meant for.
I'll kind of explain
I know,
like
but
what
it's
it
one of
does. Like it's a veil of shadows and silence, right?
Yes.
And so shadows are magically pushed out from your origin, right? So places where you would have bright light visible everywhere, shadows would be. So you could be hiding underneath a shadowy section of
Do you know when you look in the corner of the room, you can't quite make out what's in the corner of the room, but you feel like something's possibly there, but you don't know if something's there? That's just Pass Without a Trace, brothers.
somewhat.
that-
The
that's
thing
what
that I
I
was saying that would give you away, it wasn't that you would guys immediately be seeing, but if a guard was walking by and suddenly the damn compound were to light up for some reason, just out of nowhere. It was dark before, but now it's bright. Like that would draw attention. There's no way around that.
That's
Okay.
what I was wondering.
So I believe that we should search this room. Probably me and our druid friend here, because we can see.
Yeah.
Positioning the other two possibly back in this corner, like by that door, for a quick escape if need be.
Mm-hmm.
And then we give the room a once over. See, what I'm thinking is, if she gets out, comes in here, and then like goes in here real quick, we have to expect her to like light a candle or something. And if she does do that, then we can bust out this door and then climb up onto the roof and then go down the chimney that's out here.
Santa Claus, this bitch.
Yeah.
You also see the discombobulated parts of the nimble right as well, still present, and almost the exact same fashion that you saw them last time here.
Right. That's unfortunate.
Right. So you're investigating the room?
Yes.
Go ahead and give an investigation check.
Would you like to assist me, Miss Astra?
Yeah.
Dunka.
Do I need to roll anything?
You can roll with me if you want, but I think if you give me the help, I am slightly
Give you the help.
more investigate-y. 17.
Okay. You find only a key in this room that's in the nightstand next to the bed that's of any relevant importance that you would put any attachment to. It's a bunch of candles that have been used up or snapped in fits of rage. You spend a good amount of time shifting through Featherdown as it's been piled up in various areas
I mean,
of the
it's
room.
pretty sus.
Yeah. But ultimately, there seems to be no orders or missives or any kind of workings in here that would give you information itself.
That's understandable. Does this key seem to obviously match any locks that I've encountered? Like, is this a big brass key with a big brass lock on the sarcophagus or something like that?
No, it looks like a door key.
Okay. I'm gonna write that down. I'm going to pocket that door key.
Key collection.
Key collection. I pass that information to my comrades and ask what we should do next, because we should.
So while they're searching, Ruth turns to you and says, "So if I'm here to make the dead body talk, what was in the room over there? Are we gonna have to go in there to investigate bodies?" Oh. Okay. She puts her hand on her cudgel. Okay. Yeah, I can do this. I'm here for it.
Just don't tell her the super powerful drow is listening to our conversation right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you investigate that number right, by the way?
Maybe an entire country.
I mean, I honestly, there's a big part of me that just wants to shove this entire Nimblewright in my bag of holding. But at the same time, I'm like, that sounds like a real stupid idea.
No, don't remember. We gotta put the body in the bag of holding.
But nimble right though.
Yeah, I want the nimble right too.
I mean, I don't want the nimble right. I just want it to not be transmitting information.
Just set the nimble right in the yawning portal.
Just turn the head around. I don't think that I interact with the nimble right in any meaningful manner, other than just like if it's like moving or reacting or anything. Like if it looks functional, then I'm like,
No, is
skeeved out.
dysfunctional. Pieces are like
Throw it down
separated.
the sewer grate.
In which case, yeah, I leave the nimble right to its fate.
Okay.
It can spy all it wants. Yeah, I mean, there's the kids' room that's behind this, and then there's whatever those other back rooms are, which we could. I offer the idea that we could hide in, assuming that these rooms are safe and clear. We could hide in one of these rooms, and if/when she goes boop boop, we're in here ready to go zoop.
I really liked your chimney idea, legitimately.
I mean, the chimney idea is an idea.
That seemed like an incredibly smart way of going about doing this, honestly.
I think that it most likely requires a druid shape drop down the chimney.
Well, so here's what I was thinking, right? So we don't even have to wait for them to leave, right? So what you could do is we could get onto the roof, right? Go over the chimney, and then have Astra standing near enough the chimney, and then I go down the chimney, right? And like get down into the chimney space. But the magical darkness and stuff, like it's a very shadowed space, the bottom of the chimney.
Unless it's on.
Unless it's on. It's a perfect place to hide and like spy and look out into the room and see what's going on. Worst comes to worst, I'm gonna be able to probably climb back out of the chimney.
If you can fit.
Go up there.
Yeah, let's find out.
Let's do it.
See if it's on and
Let's
see
make
if you
it
can
happen.
fit.
So you're going for which chimney?
So we're gonna go try and go out onto the balcony,
Uh-huh.
and then from the balcony onto the roof,
Okay.
and then make our way over to this chimney changa over here.
The one over G14?
Yes,
Okay.
that's our current plan.
Is
We
it
can at
on?
least get some information from that, but I think we have to get up first.
Yeah, so this
Or can
this
we
might
tell through the door that the chimney is on?
so yeah,
there's
you
light
guys you open the door and you can see that there is some smoke rising over that section of the building.
Probably scuffs our plan pretty quickly.
What if we put it out?
That
Do you have
sounds pretty sus.
Prestidigitation or something
Yes, but it's only range of 10 feet.
like that? That reach down the chimney? Stupid vaulted ceilings.
Well,
Wait, what about
a chimney
gust of
usually
wind?
goes above the ceiling itself and the roof itself and the attic.
What if you went partially down and then cast prestidigitation?
you
Shut-
put out the fire in an occupied room?
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds
It's
a
the
little...
wind.
I don't think that fireplaces...
This is such a good idea, Ryan.
I like where you're going with it.
It was such a good idea.
Like, there's probably a situation that a wild-shaped Astra or like a
If
Prometheus could make it down that chimney, but Prometheus doesn't have a way of actually communicating like back to you.
What? Yes, he does,
Does
right?
he? I don't think he does.
It's a willing creature.
I mean, you could do like you send a telepathic message to Prometheus, he goes down and checks it out, and then you use your bonus action to, well, you have to use your bonus action to command him technically, but and you had like have him respond to you after he goes checks it out. The Prometheus is a possibility, but I think that with that chimney being on, our next best bet is coming back and like camping in one of these rooms.
Understands the languages that you speak.
Yeah.
But he doesn't speak any.
What?
I would say he could speak the language if otherwise.
That's the thing we keep coming back to, which is that, like, he understands you, so you can tell him what to do, but he doesn't actually can't actually speak anything. This is why you weren't able to telepathically communicate with him in any of our previous sessions.
Could use. Don't know if the. Yeah, no, it totally made it. Could use your druid wild shape to cast Find Familiar to send it down the fireplace.
Yeah, I could do locate plants or animals, and then it would show me where the falcon was, and then I could then do speak with animals and try and convince it to do it. But the thing is also we could just
Not.
So let's just go back inside and camp out, check out this room, and then we'll camp out in here if that is a viable option.
I think the problem is, if I cast Wild Shape, we drop Pass Without a Trace.
No?
No.
No?
No.
You can still concentrate on spells while you're an animal.
You just can't cast new ones.
So I could just Wild Shape myself as a spider, go in myself.
Potentially, yes. That's the sound of Pass Without a Trace.
Danny's not very passing without a trace right now.
So I think that
But I don't think I would want to waste a Wild Shape for that.
Waste a wild shape?
in interest of keeping resources alive, just in case shit really goes down, like we can just do the hide in a back room thing.
I think I'd prefer to do that.
Sure.
I would do
Doesn't matter
that for like
We
20
execute that
minutes or
plan.
so.
Okay, you
Either
guys
plan.
move into 15A.
15A.
Tis not locked.
Nice.
Okay. Upon entry.
Fine.
You should probably also check the room attached to it.
Yes, that we're checking this entire like back section, but like one piece at a time. Once we get to this piece, then we'll check the next piece.
15A is a bathroom. A curtain to the east has been drawn back, revealing a claw-footed bathtub. You also see in front of you is a wooden door that has been breached, essentially. It has received many, many pounds of some kind of force before the latch itself had been busted and given way. It is currently shut, though.
Which way was it breached?
Inwards into the next room.
Okay, interesting. I'd probably go to peek into the next room, assuming there's not like a banshee hiding in the shower or something.
Yeah, no, not that you see. Okay, so the next room, the magics of Pass Without Trace prevent the splintering sounds of wood grinding on wood as it pulls against itself as you try and open up this barely kept together door. It is a wood paneled bedchamber with a birdcage on the table. The birdcage contains 3 flying snakes that are used to deliver messages to spies throughout the city.
Makes sense?
You also see, hold on. One is, very notably, you see 2 bodies in this room that are preserved of some kind. One is a drow and one is Lord Grolhund. You also see a bunch of cots that have since been like upturned and tossed into the corner. Based on that, you probably can guess that this was at least one of, or if not the only, chamber where the Zentar maidens were taking residence. This is a guest suite for most purposes that has been converted into a packed guest suite that is now
We weren't
empty.
staying out in the thing, but we were staying up here. Okay.
Also, you can see that while the Lord's body has been placed on a cot, it doesn't exude like having your own special sarcophagus, for example.
Man,
Listen,
we
I already
know.
called that shit so long.
We know. Alright, she doesn't give a shit about Lord Grawlhoon.
Lord, what's his name?
The first time we walked into this mansion, it was like, yes, I am Lady Grawlhoon, and this is my manservant, protector and whatnot. My husband's name, oh, it doesn't matter. But anyway, we are here to come.
Like, it happens, alright? Like...
And the drow itself looks rather mistreated, though still under a state of repose.
Does it seem to have knife wounds in it that it maybe didn't get from us? Does it look like it was by chance recently strung up and had knives thrown at it?
Go ahead and give me an investigation check. We'll compare this to like your
Also,
memory.
what the fuck? If you question a body,
6.
you're not intimidating it at all.
Yeah, but she's, I'm not
Maybe
gonna...
this one wasn't a body. Until
A 6,
more
you don't
recent-
see any wounds on it.
Okay.
You think you recognize it as the one that you guys were fighting. Were you close to it that night?
Yeah.
You got it close. So yeah, you identified that this is the same body. None of your combat wounds seem to be present.
Okay.
You can't get much detail other than that.
Okay.
There was a massive gunshot wound in the Lord, though, in his chest.
It's understandable. Have a nice day.
Lady's got a
Alright.
gun.
So, hear me out here. The Growlhounds, despite their current situation, are still a relatively wealthy estate, right? They've got money. How much out of their percentage of wealth do you think it would cost to resurrect someone? Probably not that much, right?
Somewhat reasonable. I don't know.
So imagine a situation where the Zentarum
Sorry.
and associates attack the estate, and Urstel dies in the combat, and she knows that speaking
Knowing
with
that-
dead isn't going to get her anywhere, but if she resurrects him and tortures him for answers, all of a sudden it seems a little bit more likely that she's going to get out what she needs.
Listen, there's a reason that I checked him for knife wounds. Percy's past a state of... He's never going to miss out on grabbing an illusionary drow's ear. Never again.
Hey, this could be not actually a drow at all and be
And so
just an illusion.
Ruth looks into the room. Are these the bodies you need me to question?
No.
Oh.
The drow's an interesting one.
Maybe a good place to look for stray letters, though.
Do I know enough about or anything about drow culture to understand how badly they would want a body of a fallen comrade? It's kind of an obscure thing, I know, but
Very obscure. Give me a history check at disadvantage.
I can do that.
Do you happen to know that information offhand? Because that's
I
some
got
pretty
a
obscure
natural one.
information.
Irrelevant.
I got a 1. The thought crossed Percy's mind.
See, I don't even have to answer that question. They're just like, man, maybe somewhere in the darkest, deepest recesses of the underground section of the
It's a
best
man-
library in Waterdeep, I might be able to find that information.
I have multiple reasons to want this drow's body. And I think that we're gonna take this drow's body.
It was definitely on my list of things that we might want to do. Though I think it would be funnier to take Lord Growlhoon's body. Imagine being Lady Growlhoon and being like, where is my dead husband?
All right, who brought him back?
Hey, maybe he'd be more willing to tell us all her secrets than we think.
I mean, maybe, but I'm starting to think he might be in the don't know any of her secrets category as opposed to not willing.
Okay.
So I think now we initiate a stakeout in this room while...
If we have time, we should search this room for any, this seems like a place where one would write letters to be sent out, right? Perhaps there are any remaining said letters or other pieces of intel.
Investigation.
Investigation can do that.
Crumbled up.
I
letters.
specifically, while we're in here, want to see if there's a seal marker. Just while we're at it. You know what? On this one, I'm feeling lucky for my first ever use of my level 4 feature. That I'm gonna
Nice.
mark down right here. Please.
Also, I'm gonna make sure.
Not feeling all that lucky.
Hold on. Hold
The phone?
the phone.
Ring ring.
Phone rings. They come answering.
Never mind.
Okay. I got a 7 for investigation.
You find very little evidence in here left over. Like, you can see that there was a desk here that has actually been like destroyed, and since it looks like somebody was trying to find out their secret compartments. But all missives that would have any amount of writing on it seem to be devoid of this location. You do know that the quill was in an ink pot that's now dried out because it wasn't stoppered correctly.
Okay. Hastily written letters. Potentially even the letter that we delivered. I mean, I think that I'm about to shove this drow's body into my bag of holding.
Before she comes out here?
The drow's body, yeah. I think so. Well, I guess if she comes back here to get a different body, I don't know. Let's just hide here.
Let's just wait and see what happens.
Yeah, we're gonna hide here, initiate the stakeout.
Outback.
I just don't let me forget the drow body.
Okay,
Listen,
so
you might have to be
'Cause I-
filling your bag of holding with a different
I'm currently enjoying our weird chaotic neutrality with the drow.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like you're playing like a Fallout game and you do a bunch of evil stuff, but then you like side with the good guys at the end. We keep fighting them, but like if we keep being nice to them at the same time, like maybe they don't just outright kill us all.
Okay, so to bring you guys into a time passing sense, you spent 23 minutes so far doing all the stuff up to this point where you're beginning your stakeout out of your hour of Pass Without Trace. So you have another 37 minutes of magical stealthiness.
Okay, we wait.
Okay.
How
How
many
long do you wait?
casts of Cast Without a Trace do you have available?
It is a level 2 spell. I have 2 level 2 spells, I think.
You have 3.
I have 3 level.
Okay. So you can cast it 2 more hours worth of time after this one runs out if you need to.
You will also have to choose where you're casting it at. It makes noise.
I'm not scared of making noise recasting it if I need to recast it.
I think that hopefully if we get to a position where we need to recast it, we are isolated enough, or like we have waited for Lady Crawlham to go to sleep at that point. So yeah, I think it would probably like right off the bat probably wait like 30 minutes and then kind of see
All
if
right.
we need to like make a hasty escape with the last of our...
Ryan, do me a favor and move everyone to where you are waiting in the current setting. I will remind you guys that that's east. The curtain is basically in the 2 tiles just to the right of the door there that blocks off the bathtub.
Ah, bathtub, right. Is the bathtub like this whole 2 squares?
Yeah, it is a very long grenade bathtub.
I'm so jealous.
Take
I
a
hate
bath.
these people.
It's like an actual bathtub that could fit a person.
I hate these people.
Maybe not 4 people, but like one very lanky boy would definitely have plenty of room left over.
You're just rubbing it in. I mean, there's part of me that wants to just like hang out like right back here, half in the bath, but I don't think that that's super feasible.
You could go talk to the peasantry and get them to draw you a bath if you want.
I mean, I could. I think that I'm probably hanging out like back one more doorway backwards, if that makes sense.
Okay. You'll know
would you
that
guys
that's
like
also
that?
where the desk is, so it's not like you're... It's not
Okay,
open area, so you can like
I'd like to
use
be-
the furniture if you want to.
Yeah, that'd be fine. If the, like, because this is like the trash desk, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm lumped in with the desk, hiding so I can peek out the door if need be.
Yeah, I mean, I think this corner back here is fine. There's not really... This is a bathroom, right? So there's not really, like, anything... I mean, is this the bathroom that we would... Like, this is 2 rooms off from her room. Does she have her own bathroom? Or is this, like, where she would go to freshen up from her room?
There seems to be a lot of cosmetics on near a stand mirror, but that is all that is given away. You guys have not explored the full area. Also, I somewhat agree with you that the layout of this place is weird, so I don't know where she goes either.
I mean, the concept of master bathroom is like understandable, but in a building that has a weird layout and you're also like a noble and like pseudo like ancient or like, you know,
I believe that their architecture probably was
actually the master bedroom contains a claw-footed bathtub that sits in the northwest alcove near a freestanding mirror and a privacy screen.
Oh, she does have her own bathroom.
She has her own bathroom. This is purely for the guest suite.
Okay, then I don't really care where in here I hide. Probably just in a corner here. Like, this is fine.
Okay.
I think this is our layout.
All right. How long are you guys waiting? To the end of your pass without a trace, provided nothing happens?
I think currently our...
We said 30 minutes.
Yeah, 30 minutes to check in.
20 minutes check in, 25 minutes check in, 30 minutes check in.
We're currently at 30 minutes check in, and then that way we have the option to just say fuck it and leave if we decide that in 30 minutes.
Okay, so check in as in like, you're gonna go up to the door, see if she's still in there?
Well, I mean, there was light under the door, right? So we can just...
Mm-hmm.
Like, one, we would probably hear her leave.
In game, we could just go, okay, 5 minutes have passed. Anything? 10 minutes have passed.
You know, I mean, we're going through that right now.
Yeah, that's how, if you say, I'm going to wait at least 30 minutes, that's how that 30 minutes works. He's not going to just be like, okay, 30 minutes happened. By the way, you missed it 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, when you guys said 5 minutes, I said 3 minutes into that.
Before you change your course of action.
Yeah.
I have a potential of changing my mind in 30 minutes before our pass without a trace runs out.
Yes.
So around 15 minutes into this, you hear actual shouting. Like as a door opens, you hear somebody turn around, like shout back in. They slam the door shut.
Can we hear the shouting? What words are being said?
You can. The details of it are not super great. She seems to be very, very angry at somebody who's walking out the door. This man is shouting back at her saying, "Look, I'm gonna go get it. I'll be right back." And you can hear him start walking down the stairs.
Oh, down the stairs. Okay. Not into this room to get another body. Okay.
Going down the stairs.
To get something to help him.
Does his voice sound familiar at all?
It does not.
If we wanted to make a power play, this would be the time.
Okay, so my potential power play is, what I hear shouting and moving, move up to this door. Wait, was this door closed or open?
That door, they were all closed.
Okay. When this stuff happens, is this something where I could like peek out of this door to see the person that was coming out of this room and going downstairs?
If you were not completely blind.
Well, there's light in this room.
There's light in the next room, right?
This room.
Yes. So you do run the risk of making noise by, well, I mean, I guess magical will help you, but you'll be at disadvantage on your stealth. Because you cannot see. So if you bump into something and knock it over, it'll be muffled, but...
I think that's a worth risk of like being at disadvantage with my stealth check to like see who this person is.
Okay. Sure.
Seems fine. Go for it, brother. We do need like a scouting spell.
Yeah, see, we're fine. 26.
Okay. You took great care to like feel your way around this bathroom on the way in, so you knew a safe path out.
My minimum was 16, so I figured I'd probably be fine.
Yeah. You make your way to the door, and you're doing this all based on memory and feel. You slide your hand over the wood, you get to the handle, you gently creak it open just in time to see the head and a helmet of what you would have to guess would be one of the guards going downstairs.
Okay. Important thing being, it's not Ursula Floxen.
Fair enough.
Because I can imagine a series of events that would lead to this being Ursula Floxen that she's arguing with. Okay. Cool.
How long do you wait, or do you just immediately go back to your spot?
So when I see him going down the stairs, and what else do I see? Is this door currently open?
The door is closed.
The door is closed again, and there's still light underneath it?
Yep.
Okay. I want to be here for when he comes back up the stairs.
Okay.
But I can fully hide until then, but like when he comes up the stairs again, I want to see what he brings up the
Come
stairs.
out of the room at all, or she stay in the room?
She's staying.
I mean, technically, if she had closed the door and then moved across the foyer before he got to the door, he wouldn't be able to see her anyways.
We could go jump that guy, put his armor on you.
They were having an active conversation. Most likely, I wouldn't be able to dress as like if Rin leaves the room and then Percy comes back into the room dressed as Rin. No matter how convincing that is, that's gonna be a real tough sell. Unless I had like a magic transformation spell.
Also, you're standing next to Yala. You guys are all just talking silently, but she has nobody to talk to, so she's just like really antsy. She's like,
I'm talking to her.
oh, okay.
I'm keeping her in check, man.
And she's just like, this is so exciting. What's the action gonna happen? Like, so in about 30 seconds, you hear the sound of 2 sets of footsteps coming back up the stairs.
Okay.
And then as they seem to get towards the corner, because it was a bendy set of stairs. No, it wasn't. It was just a long set of stairs. But their voices come within earshot, and you can start hearing them. Yeah. Hey, man, thanks for helping me get the body. As they get up the footsteps and they start turning towards your section.
My section?
Yeah. Presumably you're acting before that, based on hearing the fact that they say get the body.
He went to go get a friend to come into here to go. Okay, I tell everyone that they're coming into our room to go get the body, and I go back to hiding.
Everybody become Kronk.
Yes.
Hold the line.
I'm glad we haven't put a body in the bag yet.
Okay.
I mean, we wouldn't have gotten yelled at. She would have found a way to blame them.
Give me another disadvantage stealth check.
21.
All right. He nimbly makes his way back over to his previous perch, just as the door opens. This time being very audible because your magic does not help them. And they come across and they're like, no, it's not different. As they open up and you can hear it kind of like scrape against the floor as its hinge is kind of like a little bit lackluster from the beating that it took. And in fact, a piece of it just like chips off. I'm like, oh gosh, when is she going to start? And they begin pushing open the rest of the door. They walk in and they're like, she wanted the drow again, right? It's like, yep, this one tonight. Okay, I wonder when she's gonna turn these over. And one of them grabs the feet, the other one grabs the hand and lifts the body up, and they start dragging it out. And the guard looks over, like right at Ruth, and just like keeps walking, and like bumps against the wall on the way out, and just like 1 second, as he closes the door again, and continues dragging as he closes the door, and the body goes on.
Okay.
The drow again. Did I hear correctly that he said last one tonight?
Yeah.
Understandable. And these guys looked like Zentarami, or did they look like guardy?
They looked like the guards from the Gralhound estate. They were wearing their colors.
That makes sense.
Well, you can't super tell that. You can tell the sashing and the different color articulating underneath your dark vision, though.
Right. Okay. I think that we're kind of just holding the line in that case. Like,
We're waiting for them to exchange it with the other body.
we expect them to either exchange it with the other body, or eventually they're gonna run out of doing whatever they're doing, and then we're just gonna nab both bodies and get out of here. As
Okay.
long as they're not like.
Do we want to just expect them, but based on what they said, not to come back in here tonight, and thus be able to just kind of chill hiding in here and wait for the situation to pass over? Or do we want to like stuff the door frame on the front room here, go to the back corner, and have Astra recast pass on a trace?
Presumably, there's a pretty good chance they would be bringing bodies back into this room to store for storage.
Possibly, yeah.
I'd hate to just yeet another second level spell. I feel like is there like Is there a way of articulating this room that we would be able to hide very reasonably without passing that a trace? Like potentially like putting people in the tub or like if there's some...
I would say that you probably recognize that there was at least elvish blood in the guard that was in the room with you.
Yeah, I don't think that like standing in the corner is gonna do it for us. But I'm just wondering if there's like, is there enough like rubble and crap in this room that I could like hide under Mr. Gralhoun and make it work?
There's probably like 1 or 2 spots of detail in there that could function as that, but probably not enough to hide all 4 of you.
Okay.
There's like some of the furniture and then all of the cots. Anything more than that, anybody who's somewhat paying attention would probably get suspicious.
Unless you want to hide out on the roof.
How much are you keeping Ruth in this?
I think I'm keeping Ruth fully engaged.
So you guys are like you're contemplating the idea of when you are going to be stealthy again?
I think honestly, I would heat a 2nd level spell.
Okay.
I don't think there's any reason not to. Like, this is kind of what they're for.
What if you station somebody in front of the door and then you send back word so you back here could cast it before they get to the door?
No, I don't think we're not really the splitting the party type.
Well,
We're more or less positioned that way currently.
yeah, your spell, it reaches from both sides, yes?
Yeah, but it's gotta be 30 feet.
So you stay within 30 feet.
I think the problem we would have would be the audio portion of the spell.
Yeah, so we blockade this room back here so that you could cast it whenever. And somebody stationed up in the front while still under House Without Trace or whatever, and then just stays there stealthy.
Seems like a decent enough plan. As long as our link stays up.
Sure, let's do that.
So we can
Clearly elated that she contributed.
we can have
Oh no, not me. I would not be that kind of person.
you probably have to pass the goggles back to Rin.
I already licked the salt off of one.
I don't need to know that.
Come on, you
Say
know.
voices.
I know what?
Maybe you don't know.
Is this like a satyr thing? Okay, well, we give Rin the goggles back so that he can navigate his room effectively and probably station him at front as soon as Rin gets back.
Okay.
Then, yeah, that seems like it should be fine. If only I could, like, subtle spell your spells. That'd be sick. I used a lucky. I need to look at...
If only you could lucky other people's checks.
True. Preach.
Yeah. I can only do it if someone's attacking me.
Yeah. Sweetheart. Okay.
You make
So,
a decision?
our plan, the lovely Ruth has suggested a course of action that I believe we're going to try to capitalize on. You're getting your goggles back. Astra successfully licked the salt off of one of them.
Okay.
So
It's
you,
just a little.
we're gonna position you at this door, and we're gonna stuff this door to stop sound from going through. You're gonna notify us when movement starts happening, and Astra's gonna pass without a trace all of us at that moment.
Okay.
I think that works pretty well.
Sure.
So we basically, I think our positioning doesn't really change. We do this.
Still forget to remove the stuffing when you're done casting.
I will be able to remove the stuffing, hopefully.
It'll be a tight window, but as long as you guys like get the call on time, it should be able to be done.
Yeah.
That's why we involve the professionals.
Okay, so we wait for
As long as it takes at this
Good
point.
ideas.
Okay. So Ruth is like excited for the moment, right?
Oh, Ruth, please.
But as another hour passes and that excitement starts to lull, she like starts, kind of tired. Just like you can see that she's kind of getting droopy. But
It's like 1:30 at night now.
yeah, something like. Well, no, actually no. So the first hour passes for the rest of your Pets Without Trace, and that puts you right at like around midnight, a little bit past it.
Or 1 o'clock.
Yeah, so it's approaching 1.
So, Ruth, tell me about your childhood.
I'm supposed to tell you about my child. You shouldn't be allowed in here.
In your head.
Oh.
Oh right, Astra can just like keep Ruth entertained in her head while not making a bunch of sound. That's perfect.
And what happened how the trace was going, the whispers of speech would have been muffled away
So,
anyway.
about the difference between science and religion. So, where does cleric fall?
Oh no.
No, I don't want to talk about that.
Okay, do you want to talk about bath salts?
No.
Do you have any pets?
Wait, can I get in one of these baths? Would that be like a thing?
No.
No.
Not maybe.
It's a very nice bathtub, and I was just curious.
Not
Put
right
it
now.
in
Maybe if we
Holden.
maybe if you build one at 3 feathers up.
We need a big bathtub. It's on the list.
Bet your ass.
About another half an hour plus some change. So right around 1:30
Okay.
in the morning.
1:30 in the morning.
You are able to hear you hear some shuffling that isn't vocal in nature.
Delta Alpha, Delta Alpha.
Cast a spell.
Yeah.
I saw Saikuno. Anyways.
Pass without a trace.
Alright, so your mage starts invoking wizardly magic, or druidic magic in this case.
And your other mage starts invoking pulling the sheets out from underneath the door.
So you can barely hear it muffled. Go ahead and give me a stealth check.
Hello? Okay.
Excuse me.
16?
16? Okay. The magic goes off right as the...
Dude, I don't know what the fuck. Like, I looked at it, it looked like a 6. Then it looked like a 9. Then it looked like an up, down 7. And it was actually just a fucking 4.
Oh, I was laughing at your
Wait,
reaction
how
to
are
the
you
alarm.
having a 16 then?
Because I have 4 plus 2 plus 10.
You do not have a plus 10. Pass Without Trace is
Currently
way
casting
gone and done.
tricks.
Oh, then 6.
6, okay. So, not super quiet. You definitely hear it in your room as she's casting it. But fortunately, you gave enough advanced warning that around the time that you hear the door on the other side of the foyer open up, your cast goes off. And so Percy starts removing the sheets. Or the cot, as it were. And then in short order, you are making your way back across the room once again. Go ahead and give me a stealth check, but as a neutral roll this time. As you've made this trip a few times already.
Plus, you can see now.
Yeah, I could just see.
Oh, you can just see now. So
Just-
you probably don't even need. Yeah.
26.
You can see now. So yeah, you just go and stand in your corner, and then the 2 guards open up the door, carrying a body. It is a very. How does that actually work? You see open wounds on this body, as it is. It's the guy that I'm thinking of. Why did I draw a blank?
Ursula Foxen?
Urstel, yes, thank you. Urstel is carried back in. His long hair is like slinging across the ground, and you can see gashes and cuts and punctures all over with your night vision as they drag him into the next room. And they kind of surreptitiously just yeet him onto the floor and then walk out to go get the other.
I've
body.
watched CSI. I don't know if Percy has. Are the wounds bleeding?
That's what I was questioning about the act of gentle repose.
Yeah, I was also gonna say, like, is it obvious that gentle repose has been cast on him? Is there a way to tell that?
I mean, it's been like 2 days.
No, I mean, like, if there could be a situation where it needs to be recast onto him. Like, because, you know, if he, like, was resurrected...
Right.
So, okay, it is protected from decay. Decay does not stop you from bleeding. So this is still an actively, like, it's dripping blood body. As the wounds have... You can see a...
Wait, so I think my question is based on dead bodies don't bleed.
Yeah.
Dead bodies don't bleed because they don't have, like, their blood isn't, like, circulating.
Oh,
So when they get stabbed, they don't bleed.
Yes, sorry. Let me make things...
So was he alive when he got stabbed is basically the question. Because if he was alive when he got stabbed, there'd be blood. But
Yes.
if he was dead when he was
Yeah.
stabbed, there wouldn't be blood.
You puzzled out based on the wording of what has happened already.
Okay,
Because I was talking to the effect of, yes, he is dripping blood, and you can see a what looks to be very lifelike and realistic fresh gash wound across his throat that ended his life again.
Okay. That seems about as expected.
The blood begins pooling in the floor that you guys are at as the guards leave and go to get another body.
So I'm like, chill. They're bringing another one.
And then it takes about a minute and a half or so, and then they're just lugging the drow back in. It is a very, very similar scene.
Also, I guess it is super obvious if Gentle Repose has been cast on a body because they get copper pieces placed on their eyes,
Oh, yeah.
which must remain there for the duration.
Fair enough, yeah.
There's just like 2 copper pieces taped to his eyes.
Yeah, so you would have seen this, and you see that on the other body that's in the room as well.
This is like probably close to the best case scenario. Not really. But
I forget, does Gentle Repose allow you to cast Revivify instead of Resurrection?
It does.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it places it,
Makes it a lot
since
cheaper.
days spent under the influence of the spell don't count against the time limit of spells such as Raise Dead.
Okay. Screw Speak with Dead. Let's just go buy for a Revivify on this guy.
I mean, let's get him out of here first.
Yeah. Why do we bring the Speak with Dead lady in here again if we were just gonna bag and drag
she's
him?
a cleric. Does she have Revivify?
Maybe. That's
we
maybe
don't-
more expensive services. We're not gonna.
We
do
don't
it right
want
now
to
anyway.
Yeah, I think that there is a permutation of events in
Yeah.
which we just interrogate a body here and then leave.
That is not the current situation. So instead, we're gonna bag it and drag it.
Nice.
Okay.
I think
till the
mostly
situation
if it was
calms
the
down a
like
little bit first.
underground cult basement, then we probably could have ended up in a situation where we interrogate the body and leave.
So yeah, the entire ordeal takes about 4 minutes or so to get both of the bodies in there. They set about situating them. The people who are in this room need to make a stealth check.
Yes.
The other room or my room too?
Not your room.
Okay.
I have a
28.
27.
Okay.
26.
Ruth also rolls really high.
Nice.
27. Yeah, because they're in this room and they're orchestrating the bodies or articulating the bodies on the cots. And they take out some sponges from nearby in a bucket and like scrape down a little bit of the blood, and it's like, this feels weird, man. You get revived and then you have all this blood in you again because it keeps coming out of them. And that's the kind of the conversation that they had as they said about work, but that extended time in the room causes you guys to have to remain out of their sight before too much longer. About 5 minutes, they're like, oh gosh. All right, tomorrow night, same time, you know it, and they leave.
Jeez.
Also,
Did you hear
imagine
Lady Gromlin
doing
leave the room that she was in, or the light go off in that room, or she's still in there?
You have not been able to detect those things. These guys have been pretty loud about their work.
Okay.
Though now that they've left, you are free to go investigate.
Yeah.
Okay. You make your way back across the doorway. You see that the candle or whatever lighting was in the other room has been snuffed. It is dark underneath the door frame.
Okay. We'll probably give it a little bit of time before we start making any noise.
But also, imagine if you get to a point where you keep doing this like resurrection, murder, torture style thing, and they start running out of blood, so you have to like greater restoration their blood back so that you can keep torturing them because they just revive and then instantly like asphyxiate or something.
Personally, I'm not sure what the purpose of re-murdering them is, but you know,
I think she's just a little.
She might be a little bit mad. I can understand the lack of reasoning why you would murder
If
her.
you lost the Stone of Glory, you would do that too.
I would probably.
I've had
wanna
multiple
keep them
characters
alive,
that would
but-
do that
Yeah.
for not that good a reason.
It's just expensive. I mean, maybe she's got a lot of money, I guess, but like,
I mean, at this point, I'm kind of thinking that she's some kind of cleric or divine soul sorcerer.
but it's the components that's the expensive part.
Yeah.
right? Not the.
Okay.
Okay.
So we wait out a little bit longer, and then I think that I'm gonna try to stuff the
Drow and Urstel into my bag of holding.
Do you have stuff in your bag of holding already?
I have like my general adventuring gear. That's pretty much it, though, and I can.
But that
make
contains
some-
like backpacks and or bedrolls and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. My total weight currently is 84 pounds, or somewhere abouts there. So I forget what the bag of holdings upper limits are. I can
500 pounds and 64 cubic feet.
But yeah, the biggest thing that I have is a bedroll and a backpack that I probably just actually don't carry around because I have a bag of holding. Some clothes, disguise kit, healer kit. Potions stay on me. You know, I have to keep that thing on me.
Okay, it's 4 feet by 8 feet. You can keep some bodies in there.
Yeah.
4 feet by 8 feet by 2 feet. You can keep 2 bodies in there.
That's the perfect amount of bodies
That does
to
seem
keep in
like
there.
about the right amount of space.
Yeah.
I don't. It would be hard. I think if you had nothing else in there, you could probably squeeze a third body. It just might not.
You'd have to get kind of messy. You can lay out 2 and have a little bit space left over for your stuff. I'm thinking. It's
Okay.
going to be super cramped for those 2 bodies.
Yeah.
But
But their bodies. So
they're bodies.
This is
We don't
why
wanna
I
talk
didn't
about
do
the-
the nimble right
Are we? So we're taking Urstel and the Drow.
and the drow. Yes, I
We'll leave you with your stinky husband.
Percy is probably not like vocally saying like it out loud, but is probably pretty clear in that he probably has intentions to return this drow to the drow.
sure. Let's get out of here.
Probably like at the earlier question that he super failed, he probably like accidentally asked out loud and was like, "Do the drow have any weird religious?" I'll just take it just in case.
And I was thinking about it. I don't know the answer to that question from like a lore perspective,
Yeah,
but I
me
also
neither.
think about the situation of how the like extreme matriarchal society thing is like for the women maybe, but for the dudes probably not. Honestly,
But this is also a weird subsect of drow that are all men.
Yeah,
and
that's
led by a man. So like, who knows anything about anything?
all right, we'll try and
We
get
can
out of
pocket
here.
it up.
Okay, are you guys beelining the exit or are you going to stop? I will remind you guys that something that you have not come across are any amount of paperwork so far. There tend to be studies inside of noble houses, or at least places that hold paperwork.
You know,
This is true. We have that room that's.
what about this room?
We have this room.
I would like to check out this room.
Okay.
The light's off now, so we can maybe act like even if she's in there, maybe like do the stealth thing now.
Specifically, want to make sure this door is completely closed because we would have left it cracked again, like it was originally.
It still remains cracked again.
That sketches me out a lot.
Well, so you guys left it the same way that you found it.
Yes,
Yeah,
but it
that
sketches me out a lot.
Oh, yeah, very well, yes. As you guys are like looking and you make your way up to the door, you put your ear to the door to see if there's anything else in there. You hear the soft sobs of a woman crying.
From inside her bedroom.
No, from
Inside
outside
this room.
the adjacent room.
Ah.
You okay, buddy?
All right. Execute plan chimney.
Asher?
I'm done.
Playing chimney? Alright, playing chimney.
Okay. You know that you would be going down a chimney, which has lots of like organic material that would leave footsteps.
Not
would
without-
leave a trace if you're not within 30 feet of the person of pass without trace.
Yes.
So that absolutely has to be a thing almost at all times.
I'm currently not convinced in the slightest that a human being is going to fit down that chimney, but we'll have to see when we get there.
Oh, to be fair, we did see this chimney already.
We were on the
From this
roof of this
fireplace.
entire like complex at some point.
Yeah.
Did this fireplace look like a person could fit down the chimney?
So chimneys are very peculiar in that they usually have like a vent and a topper that separates those things out sometimes. Not all of them, but they also rise. You would have to go and look. You guys did not do that while you were on the chimney. It's a big enough chimney. If it was hollow, then sure.
Okay.
But without
What are we
without
thinking
going to the
for?
activity of looking
So,
inside of a chimney, you don't know.
My thought process is we all get on the roof. You, with your pass
Spider-
without trace, get near the chimney. I go down the chimney and like use pass without a trace to be still hidden and just like see into the room and see what's in there. Now that I have my goggles of night on, I should be able to see into the room and just like be a scout for a while. Maybe I see her leave the room, then I walk into the room and do the searching stuff. Maybe I just see her in there and see what else is in there. But it seems like a potential for information gathering that doesn't involve opening a door, which opening a door is very dangerous.
Right.
That was my only thought process.
I will also, because we haven't worked out the full math of it yet as a group, but if you're imagining like the chimney would be like 10 feet above this roof if a fireplace were in this house.
Mm-hmm.
That is nowhere near the expectation of what you would have going into this vaulted room. So you might have to come up with some kind of idea to be crafty on how to keep within
you
30
guys
feet.
could be on the roof. I could pass without a trace, spider climb down into the chimney myself. See what's in the room, do that thing.
You could turn into a spider, yeah.
Yeah, which sucks because that means you're not doing anything. But at the same time, and also you guys would be on the roof without pass without a trace.
Or actually, you both could go.
I mean, if we wanted to do that, what we could pretty easily do is just have you spider underneath the door frame.
Yep.
Into the room.
Potentially
And
also.
like, we could just be within
not-
30 feet of the door, and then it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Take the two
Which is-
bodies out of the bag. You two jump into the bag.
Put on, disguise ourselves as the Drow and Ursel Floxen, but with ghost makeup on.
And haunt the shit out of. I wonder how she'd react to that situation.
Okay, I think we should execute this plan. Because either we execute this plan or we don't and we go search the rooms downstairs. But I think we should do one of those or the other.
We need to make some kind of action here, yeah.
Okay, so let's do this. I prefer the under the door than
Sure,
the
that's
chimney.
fine. That's okay.
Spider.
Kyle is just
under
super
the
hype
door.
on the chimney.
It's Christmas, alright? This is the closest to Christmas stream we get. The only opportunity I get to go down as Santa Claus. But this is much more reasonable. Spider under the door frame.
Spider under the door frame.
Prometheus. I spider under the door frame.
Fuck it, we're going loud.
You spider under the door frame. You move in. You can see very like ominous chair facing fireplace. Sure, the chair is about halfway in this room. You see what appears to be a widower in a widow's garb sitting in said chair. It's
A woman in black clothes.
very straight backed, and it's facing towards the fireplace that is now burned down low in embers. This is a ballroom, from best that you can make sense of it. And there seems to be an extremely odd piece of furniture that looks like, make a history check.
Spider brain, no all.
Fortunately, you don't lose your smarts.
9.
Huh.
You know.
It looks like it's a large circular wooden thing with a bunch of spokes that stick out around the edges. You see ropes and manacles present on several of the spokes that are
Do I
sticking
see
out.
blood?
From what you can make out, yes.
Do I see papers? Do I see
Is the
You see
room
a-
otherwise completely empty?
You see a
or-
wide open ballroom with the exception of this piece of furniture that is rather dubious in nature, the fireplace itself, and Lady Gralhund sitting in a chair.
I walk up to her and bite her.
Oh, jeez.
Oh no.
Roll to attack.
Wait, I tell you guys.
This seems like a good time
This
to
is
go look
the best-
elsewhere in the house.
This is the best case scenario. Pull you out, and then we need to like immediately go downstairs and try to search those rooms down there for
You have to
like
carry
an
me.
office. Okay, we'll carry you. No, you have to hit on the hat.
Can I carry her?
I
That's very weird that a spider's holding his leg up and shaking it out.
You know that spider gif where he's like doing that thing?
So yeah, we are moving down
All
stairs
right.
and doing the thing.
Oh god.
My hands don't work today.
Wait, my back doesn't work today.
Or yesterday.
Places that we
Chair
haven't
doesn't work
checked. There's a
today.
couple of rooms downstairs we haven't checked.
I think this is the most likely one.
Yeah. And then there's also the servants' quarters we haven't checked.
I don't think we're gonna find super official paperwork. Or where is the servants' quarters?
Upstairs.
Upstairs? Oh yeah. I
Upstairs,
give basically
but through the
zero fucks about
downstairs.
that. I think that this G12 is likely another like maybe more formal ballroom area
Or dining hall or something.
or something like that. Yeah, dining hall.
I didn't
makes
even know
sense.
that was like a thing that existed.
Listen, I thought it was a kennel this whole time. So I think that yeah, like it's got double doors. This is probably some fancy shit with like a soup kitchen or something. This like screams study to me. It has the Falcon room right next to it. I think it also just had some like books and shit in it the last time we were here.
It's just Lord Gralhun's bedroom because he doesn't get to sleep with his missus.
I think we go check this room. This is my top priority. And this is a super dead end. We can try to make a play for G12, but
Okay.
Also, I have a little time, keep in mind.
Yep.
that's why I'm.
So you guys make your way down the stairs. You do not see any presence of the guards. So therefore you pass your stealth. You open up a door that also has it's been breached. Like it's been kicked through. The lock is busted. So it just opens for you guys. It is a parlor. You can see clear evidence that somebody seemed to have been confined in a chair here at some point recently. And you see a shrine for 2 guards that has kind of been erected, like small little marble daises with helmets that have been placed on there. And a small like tablet that's in front that's kind of propped up. It hasn't been like fully fastened yet, but it's like in memory of the 2 that died heroically in the line of battle.
Was it those 2 guys that got yeeted right in front of us?
Can't tell by
I
the
don't
helmet.
know if there'd be any way for us to know.
Otherwise, the room was furnished for comfort and contains dainty chairs, a chase lounge, a wine cabinet, and framed paintings of various long-dead members of the Gralhund family.
So
Investigate.
yes, investigate. Also, the thing you said that stuck out was so it seemed that someone was in like held here. So,
Bound?
What
They
was
were
the
bound.
like? What does that? Is there just like a chair with manacles on it or something?
A chair with cut ropes.
Ah, okay. That's weird. Investigate.
All right,
This is dark.
make an investigation.
Would you like
I
some
help you.
assistance?
I like help.
You can't see. I'll help.
No.
You're a spider.
I have like dark vision.
Oh my Lanta, dude.
True.
You know what?
I'm
I'm feeling
eight.
lucky.
You see from the
I
level of a
spy with
spider.
my spider eyes.
14.
You give this room a good over. You find a very small, thin blade that's kind of like embedded in the tangle and fibers of the carpet next to the chair. That would have presumed, like you can see the little phrase of the rope fragment on it. So that was clearly the device used to escape.
Right.
But otherwise, no paperwork, no death studies in here.
Who the hell was held in here? I'm confused. Eh. You
Grab
want
it first
okay?
thing.
I grabbed the thing. I grabbed the knife thingy.
I want
Is it? It's just like a.
It's a shiv.
Just a shiv.
What about the falconry room?
Can I have it for later?
Yeah, we'll zoom back into the falconry room and check that out.
Is the bird there?
Nope.
The bird's so dead.
This den has the heads of various beasts mounted on the walls and gleaming suits of armor standing at attention in the corners. Bearskin rugs and overstuffed chairs fill the room.
I check all the mouths of the stuffed animals.
Okay.
That's reasonable.
You find a small pouch containing a few coins.
Yay!
You did it.
I can't see inside there.
I
It's
guess
so
we-
tiny.
Like, our last play is to go check this area over here, the G12 area.
And there's
So,
also this room, too.
Yeah.
That's part of that section, right? 'Cause
Break into G12 first.
Yep.
I'm adding a shiv to my inventory.
Yes, ma'am.
You
A
better not
spider
lose it.
is carrying a shiv.
You know the crab with the knife thing?
Yep. Cut you.
My thing that got me was, like, what if she just turned into a giant spider instead of a regular spider, went past without a trace on and crawled down the chimney? Just fucking... It's proficient in stealth already. You could get a pretty high stealth roll as a giant spider.
Okay, so you guys are
Or
breaking.
just go into the giant spider and kill Lady Growlhund. That'd solve a lot of our problems, I think.
You will note that these two doors are locked.
Me?
This is possibly the riskiest lockpick of your entire life.
Can I squeeze under the door to see first?
You can.
Okay, I do that before we do it.
Okay.
You squeeze under the door. You see a very long and dark. Yeah, you can see it. It's a library.
It's a library.
There's
what you can
papers in the library.
You want me to burn the papers?
No.
You also see another doorway just inside here
I want to
too.
make sure that nothing is in here.
Okay, you're gonna go skid around.
Skid around.
All right, so you go through the library.
We're probably, like, hiding.
I'm
in this
droning
area.
out.
Okay.
I'm the drone.
You are the drone.
You do not detect anybody in the library. Do you go into the adjacent room?
Yes.
Okay, you get in. It's a very cramped room. From what you can make of it, it seems to be some kind of study.
That's what we're looking for.
Anybody?
Nobody.
All right. I tell you to.
Break the lock!
I mean, it might be unlockable from the inside.
Ha! I've rolled very well.
He's rolled
24.
All right.
goes.
Working on a larger lock comes apart easily. You can push open the doors.
How do I unlock this lock? Oh.
Okay.
I think we go right to the study. That's the first place to look.
So
Okay.
upon opening up the doors, this is kind of what you see in the library. It's a wood-paneled library that includes these features: tall bookshelves that are packed with tomes, sliding wooden ladders mounted on rails allow easy access to higher shelves. In one corner stands an iron lectern with a closed, locked, leather-bound tome resting on it. Two padded chairs facing a large fireplace. One has a wolfskin draped over it. Many of the books are very well kept. You don't have these descriptions because you haven't gone through it. This is all meant to be
Study.
other stuff.
Got 2 questions for God. My eyeballs.
Okay. And then lastly, there on the arm of one of the library chairs, you see a sheet of paper that's been left unfurled there.
I got 3 things to do in this room.
You go do the library stuff, I go do study stuff.
Yes.
do
Are there
you
windows
guys,
in the library?
Do you guys want me to cast detect
There are
magic
not.
ritually?
No,
It
absolutely.
would drop
not.
cast pass without a trace.
They're not, because the wall. This is the wall to the Villa Estate compound.
Okay. I want to get that piece of paper. I want to inspect the book for traps/magical traps before I take the book, or, like, I guess maybe read the title that's on whatever the leather bound thing is.
Okay. And what's the third thing?
Asking if there was windows in case I set off a magical alarm so we could escape really quickly.
And you are setting about.
What was the answer to the Windows thing?
There are no windows.
Stupid library.
Okay, so as you get close, it looks like it might be a spell book. You pick up the paper. You can see it is titled "A Missive from Castle Ward." The locked tome.
Get it.
You got to leave.
You piece of.
You just reread this so I don't give you guys false information.
Yeah. Yeah, ding dong. You know that it's a rich person library because there's no like little reading nook for the like actual people who read, because you gotta like have the little cushion with the windows so you can like read in the sun.
Instead, it's just fireplace and some chairs.
Yeah. I don't like these people.
Yeah. Ding dong.
Lectern with a
Come on,
locked
maybe we
leather-bound
can
tome.
get lava.
Okay. All right. I think I got it. Cool. It is nondescript. It's like it looks important.
Yeah. I mean, I'm absolutely planning on taking the paper. The thing that I'm more concerned about being like trapped is the book itself.
Mm-hmm.
You said the book is nondescript though? Or
Yeah, the book is like just a large leather-bound tome that's sitting on an iron lectern.
I mean, yeah.
It's closed and locked.
I'm doing try to make sure it's not trapped if possible.
Okay. Roll Arcana.
Hold on, let me mark this last thing. Just in case. Not saying that I think I'm gonna need it, but I might need my inspiration. Where the heck is my... Oh, it's right here this whole time.
Can I help?
I don't know if you can help with this. You're kind of a spider. I'm gonna use my inspiration if that's okay.
Yep.
I'm feeling lucky if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I put my little spider thing on your face.
It's distracting you.
Holy shit.
Uh-oh.
5.
Hold on. What's your bonus to Arcana?
1.
So you get 3d20, take highest, and you rolled a 4.
I got 3d20, take whichever one I want, and I rolled a 3, a 4, and a 4, and I took the first 4.
I'm sorry, I was on your face.
There's something about the like, once you take the lucky feet, you start rolling real well. Well, today's like,
but then it wore off over the course of the week.
What'd you say to me, fool? Here's some threes.
Ryan is bad.
There's my lucky.
You cannot tell. You have the zero faintest idea.
Grab it. Yoink it.
I'm gonna wait until he finishes getting whatever he wants to get out of there, and then I'm taking it before we run.
Okay. You go up to the doors of the study. It has a very peculiar looking lock on the front of it that you would have recognized that you have not seen one of these before.
All right, I examined this area for traps.
Okay, investigation.
One of my more skilled skills, really, truly. Sometimes I can just roll well, though. 18 minus 1 is 17.
From all that you are visible to on this side of the doorway, you cannot detect any amount of tampering that would indicate a trap to it.
All right.
It just looks like a difficult lock.
I would like to attempt to unlock said lock.
Okay, thieves' tools.
15.
You are not able to unlock it.
I'm not able to unlock it.
You spend about 2 minutes doing so before you conclude that you do not have the right tools in your set to deal with this lock.
If I used a crowbar, could I break the lock?
You could. It would be loud. I will remind you guys of a key that you picked up earlier.
Ah! I have a key.
You have a peculiar key to a peculiar locked door.
Yes. Does it look like it matches the book?
I just want you to write this down so that we come back to this at some point in the future, and I want to explain this to you. It does not match the book.
Okay.
We would have gotten to the fact that we had a key for this lock. I believe in us. I believe we would have gotten there.
It's okay. I give him the key to try to use on the door.
I put the key in my mouth and try to unlock the door.
It opens.
Oh, convenient. I steal the lock.
The lock is built into the door.
What?
Yes, it's the lock that's in the door.
I really want to steal the lock.
You can steal the door if you want to.
I'm not stealing the
But you don't
dang
have any
door.
space left
You
inside
can't
of your bag of
screw
holding.
off the lock.
No, it's like a
built into the door.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that
you
would take
just,
so much time.
You just screw off.
No, it
All
is-
right,
it's
let's
not
open it
that.
like a normal human being.
Open the door
Not
like a
human
normal
being.
human
I'm
being
not
with
even
the
a
key.
humanoid subtype.
I know. For a brief moment in time, Rin looks like a human as he opens this door. How's that? Okay.
You're so pouty.
I didn't get to be Santa. I didn't get to steal the lock. This dumb house.
You're getting put on the naughty list.
Okay.
Annie
The
wants you
room,
to steal the door.
the room has these features. It's a 10-foot square canvas wrestling mat. It's sprawled on the floor. I cannot make this up. In the middle of the room.
Can't make this shit up.
You couldn't describe that to me. I went into
honestly,
my room.
I totally forgot about that. It's been a few. Look, I prepared this thing months ago. We
got
just
this,
now
you
got
this.
to.
I believe
you.
Go.
Velvet armchairs, small statues of naked men on pedestals, and tall mahogany bookshelves are arranged neatly around the room. The mahogany desk in one corner doesn't look like it sees much use, except there seem to be. Oh my gosh. Yes, there are bookshelves. Upon closer inspection, most of the books are fake boxes made of painted cardboard. A few have body drawings and salacious poems hidden inside them. There seem to be some papers, however, present on the desk. That otherwise has no writing instruments whatsoever.
Look at the papers on the desk.
Okay.
Are they drawings?
Just dick pics, man. They are. What is happening? I hate these people so much.
Don't you, in your room, secret locked room with a wrestling mat, have busts of naked men and fake books
this is the
filled
most-
with
It's less
raunchy poems?
It like some of it was like to Decrum like Greek like inspired. I'm a fan of like the ancient Olympian art sort of things, and then it kind of got a little bit weird with the bookshelves.
No, that's very Greek also.
Yeah. So what you see is a small stack of disparate papers. The front foremost one is the Gralhund study of the Grand Game. It is a very long, filled paper. It will take time to read.
I take the papers and pocket them. I take one of the busts and pocket it.
These
And then
busts are not easily transportable. They are like 50-pound marble statue busts. You gotta spend his money somewhere.
All right.
You can carry it. You just couldn't pocket it.
I would like us to be prepped and very ready to leave at an expeditious pace.
I'm walking out the
Just in
front
case
door.
the thing that I'm about to do is the stupidest mistake we ever made. I grabbed the book.
Okay, nothing happens.
Okay, good. We leave.
All right.
You gotta take risks.
As we are nearing the end of our session here, how are you guys leaving?
How about... Pew, pew,
Yeah,
pew.
honestly, I think the same way we
came.
well, almost the same
Almost.
way we came, except we take this door right there. Yeah.
Yes.
That just
then
leads
out,
to
and
the
then
out.
over the wall.
And then at some point, as you guys are like, okay, it's time to get out of here. And then Ruth is like, you didn't need me for this part at all.
Nope.
Very interesting.
Appreciate you coming, Ruth.
Thanks for the invitation.
Wasn't this incredibly fun?
This was incredibly hectic and so exciting. Sign me up.
Team member.
Yeah, you guys make it to the back door. Very oddly, you do not see any like butlers or clerks or anything on the estate grounds. Like probably leading to the semblance of a lot of the disheveledness that's been left in here.
How in the world did this lady not have the Stone of Glory stolen from her ages ago?
She wasn't in possession of it for very long.
Well, yeah,
That's
there
very
you go.
true. She had it for like a week, maybe.
Maybe.
Well, we
10
don't
days.
know.
She got fame for a week and then her life went to shit instantly.
Yeah.
Yeah, presuming that Dalakar was transporting the stone and that she got the stone back, it was about like half a 10-day, almost like maybe about a week's worth of time before you guys got to her.
Yeah.
So
She wrote a whole piece of paper about
make it
this.
over the wall successfully.
you guys aren't going over the wall. You're going through the back exit to the compound.
And then going over the wall.
But no, that's out of the compound.
This exits the compound.
Oh,
Yeah. It's a pretty sturdy lock, but the latch is on your side.
Okay,
so it
cool.
does.
We do that,
We do that.
and then we
Bye.
abscond into the night if all goes well.
Yep, you guys abscond into the night. All goes well.
Percy kicks himself for forgetting once again to buy a lead box. Remind me to buy a lead box.
Bye.
I don't trust mages.
All right.
Just don't touch it.
That is the end. I'm sure there's some exciting stuff that you guys have prepped
I will
to
not
do
touch it.
with the bodies, with this journal that you got, with the misses that you got. It's all very informative and great, but we will have to find out next time because we have reached the end of our time tonight. So,
great.
with that being said, thanks for tuning in, guys. It was a lot of fun once again. As
Find
always.
somebody to host.
So,
Stick around.
yeah, stick around. We're gonna go
find some quality content.
We're gonna go raid someone.
Also, if you have any suggestions, you want to guide the raid, feel free to give us some suggestions.
I think we're gonna try and raid at least someone who's streaming Dungeons and Dragons, but other than that, feel
And
free.
preferably someone who is not doing a rerun. We've got one.
I mean, we might, depending on the date, we might be able to still find a Strahd Must Die Tonight stream out there.
Ooh.
These guys, Art Heart Studios are. He's got some cool looking hair.
We're sorry, King Cuddle Death. We start generally about 4 hours previous to now when we run till about now each time.
8 to 12.
8 to 12 every week.
D&D.
That's GMT -5 currently.
Yeah.
Central.
All right, who are we raiding?
There's a group that's streaming Pokemon D&D
I mean, Pokemon D&D is pretty hype.
So
for 39 viewers.
there's a few people. We've rated playing board games before. There's someone called Smoking Dragons doing Pokemon D&D.
Yeah.
There's We Are Nerdsmith. It's playing Dungeons and Dragons. They got some cosplay going on.
Cool.
Pick.
I think We Are Nerdsmith.
Sure.
Can I see how that's written real quick?
Yeah, it's getting me through a 10-second ad, but should be able to do it.
We are just like it sounds. Okay.
But super love.
Yeah, sending you to the cosplay one, I believe, right?
Yeah, there's
Awesome.
it's some cute cosplays going on.
All
I'm ready
right.
for it.
We'll see y'all there, and we'll see you next time. Thanks for tuning in.
Bye.
Bye.
Have a good week.
You sent it?
Y'all, we sent
Pokemon?
cosplay.
Just hit the end. It went fine. Nobody worry about it. Everything's fine. Good. Yeah, everything is great. Great. So as the let's say anyone who
Cool.
doesn't have
I think that is...
Thanks for the follow, King Cuddle Death.
Please.
Did we
Everyone
end
always-
the live stream already?
Yes.
Colin, I want you to know that